Good evening, one and all. Welcome to episode 62 of the Archery Geek Outdoors podcast. After the solo episode last time, this week, bloody hell, if only I could get them out weekly. This episode, number 62, I am incredibly pleased to be joined by the one, the only Lee Sniper. You may well know him as Trad Sniper on Instagram. And I've been fascinated. God, this sounds weird. You know, when I say I've been fascinated by this guy, actually sounds like a bit of a stalker. Uh, so let's get over and introduce him. Good evening, Mr. Trad Sniper.
Hello. Hello. Thank you for having me.
That's hello with that moustache. It is just
Yeah, no, it's quite a new look for me. So I grew it as a bit of a joke for a Renaissance fair. Uh, and then the missus likes it, so I decided to keep it. And now, yeah, I look kind of Guy Fawkesy, which,
yeah. I was going to
mm.
say it's old anonymous, isn't it? When you keep twiddling it like that, no wonder the missus likes it. It's got to be a proper thigh.
No, it's my thinking face. Yes, yes.
Every time you say something, I expect it looks like very Leslie Phillips or Terry Thomas. I expect you to finish a sentence with a tip top or a ding dong.
Yeah, no, I mean, I get all sorts of things. It's like I want, I'm hoping it grows into like more like a tombstone, kind of like cowboy, cowboy mustache. But dude, it's just stuck at Three Musketeers.
A
Like,
Hulk Hogan
I
moustache.
said to my dad, I was like, you must have like Spaniard DNA because where's the rest? Like, where's the rest?
Right. First thing, you shoot exclusively trad, don't you?
Yeah, just single string.
Yeah. What a lot of archers call proper arch, proper bows, opposed to me with me wheelie bow, me training wheels.
The trad community is like, I love it, but it's so I don't know. It's very clicky. Like a lot of trad dudes, because I shoot carbon fiber, right? So they say, uh, that's some kind of man-made horror beyond comprehension. Like comprehension, it's not wood, no soul. It's just like, what the fuck is? I'm shooting single string, no sight, finger against a knock, feathers off the shelf. It's like to me, that's what trad is, and I still get slaughtered like online. People going, "What's trad about that?" And it's just like, oh man, like, what the fuck? Like,
I,
yeah,
I,
some
I,
people. Eh.
I must admit, going the we've talked on a couple of other I've talked on a couple of other episodes about the division that seems to be getting more and more noticeable. Whether it is getting more noticeable or whether it's just the same few very loud voices, I'm not sure. But some of these are going about trad, and then you look at what they're shooting. You say, "Well, hang on a minute, shouldn't you have just a piece of wood and a hemp string or nettle fiber string?" You know, to me,
Yeah, yeah, but it's just like it is like a lot of people say like trad doesn't really mean anything these days because depending on which country and what shooting organization really depends on that, and also like just personal opinion.
yeah,
So yeah, in archery GB rules, I'm technically barebow because in this country we've got compound, Olympic recurve, barebow, and longbow. But
yeah,
then if I was to shoot like a wooden American flatbow, not a longbow over here. Like it's got to be an English longbow in this country. Like, and
oh
that's
yeah,
for GB. But then if I go to NFAS, it's like I'm I'm traditional bow hunter or
yeah,
hunting tackle, depending if I'm using wooden arrows or whatever for each division of that. Or I could go into barebow. Like
yeah.
so, it really depends on what country you're in, what organization you shoot with, and just personal taste. Because I get it told all the time, nothing trad about carbon fiber. It's just like, shut up. Like, definitely, I think it might just be like a jealousy thing though, because it's like, yeah, some people just shoot whatever, and they're just like, oh, if you're not shooting the same kind of bow as me, like that's untraditional. But it's like, even bowyers who make their own bows, and then yeah, like nettle fiber, hemp string, linen string. They'll just be like, yeah, so this is traditional, but you know, in my books, that's historic or primitive.
I'm
Like
saying in that
that's
case, I expect to see him turn up to every shoot on horseback.
yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
know, leave your car at home, get your hobnail boots on, either walk it in or get in your horse and cart.
Yeah, yeah. It's just like honestly, it's like it depends like country by country. So it's really it really depends like on it's such like a fickle thing. Like so many people are what this is it or is that, you know, it's
Yeah,
no common ground.
I'm very much of a mindset. We're all archers. We're all out there to fling arrows. Let's just get out there, have
Oh,
fun, have
yeah,
some shits
yeah,
and giggles. I've said so many times before, I adore shooting mixed groups. And to be
yeah,
honest, I am so envious of folks who can shoot well without sights because it's something I've never been able to do. I just haven't got that hand-eye coordination. I need the heart
yeah,
backstop of the compound. I need the sight to know where I've got to put something to get
yeah,
remotely close. You know, I'm truly
yeah,
envious of you folks who can shoot unsighted. It's fantastic. And I love shooting with like I say, my first shoot at Seven Valley, the group I was in, there was me with a compound, a guy that was a member of Paget with a longbow, uh, a guy from Windrush shooting a crossbow, and his wife
yeah.
shooting a primitive bow that he'd made, and we had such a good day. And we were all talking about each other's styles, and just the love was shared. And to me, that's what it's
Well,
about,
that's the thing.
getting
It's
out with
like,
people.
yeah, yeah, no, it is just about just sharing like that love for archery. Because it's like down at my range, there's quite a few. Well, when I say a few, like literally like two people that shoot compound, and I've you know up until like this year, I've never seen one in like real life. Uh, so when I see it, I'm just going up to it, and this dude's like a bit of a gear whore. Like he just every week he's got something brand new that he's testing out with his setup, and I'm just like, what is this? Why is that? Like, can I look through your scope? Like, wow, is that a 6 times magnification? Like, that's crazy. Like, yeah, because I do find it interesting because it's like, even though you know I'm a bit of a trad lad,
Yeah,
it's like I like gear, so it's like I'm always like trying to find something that's just like you know it's just nice to flex, nice
oh
stuff,
yeah,
you know. So it's just like, but because I'm a trad dude, don't get much of that. There's not much you can
yeah.
put on a trad bow. So it's like whenever I see other people's stuff, I want to oh, look at it, I want to touch it, I want to see
Can
what
I
it's
look with my
like.
hands, please?
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's like one dude let me shoot his compound. It was a horrible little. Do not know the brand. It was like Asterix or something. I think it's just like some little Chinese, like
Generic
Chinese.
Amazon Chinese job.
Yeah, just some Chinesian from like Amazon, but it was like light enough so he can shoot it because he's like a bit of an old boy now.
Yeah.
Uh, and I was like, oh, like interesting. Let me have a look at that. And he was like, have a look at it, have a shoot with it. And I was just like, ooh, like okay. And that was like the first time I shot a compound, and I did 3 arrows at 30 meters, and it's like it felt weird. Like it's not one of those things where it's like I could grow to like it, but
Yeah.
I was just like it felt icky. It felt icky to me. So that's I just like I did 3 arrows and I was like, ugh, I did not like that. But then when he was like, okay, go get the arrows, they're all in like the 9 and 10 ring, and I was like, what the fuck? Because I didn't even see the arrows like leaving the bow. I couldn't
Oh no,
see them in
they
flight.
go a hell of a lick, don't they?
Yeah, yeah, those things go way, way faster than mine. But again, even with like because you know I was a bit like, oh damn, like good shooting from me, like that was cool, like first time, but it didn't feel right and it didn't feel fun.
Yeah.
So I was just there like, nah, you can have that back. Like don't want to touch it anymore. I've had enough of that. It's just like,
Did you have to
but
wash the holy
it did
water?
kind of like it did highlight kind of like the difference
Yeah.
in different styles of bow because it's like, yeah, 30, I can put my arrows into like 9 and 10 ring pretty consistently, but not at that kind of like grouping, you know, not like a size of your palm kind of like grouping with a trad bow. They'll be like, I'll be accurate, but I won't be precise. Like I would just have like them like dinged all around, but not
Yes.
like, you know, it's it's just part of the game. But yeah, no, it just kind of like highlighted that even though I was using a release, a sight, a lot of stabs, all that kind of thing, uh, like like a rest and a plunger and whatnot, all
Yeah.
the funny gizmos and doodads. It just highlighted that it still takes some work to be accurate with each setup. All that
Yes.
changes is the kind of like expectation. So it's like, yeah, 20 meters with a trad bow, it's like a good shooter will, do a pine plate, like a big plate kind of like
Yeah.
grouping. Whereas with a recurve, like a sighted recurve, your expectation of a good shooter is a size of a CD disc.
Yeah.
And then 20 meters with a compound bow, the expectation is like a 10p piece,
Yeah.
like size grouping. That's what I think a lot of people don't realize. People just be like, oh, he's using a sight. That's cheating. Get him. Like this guy sucks. So it's
Exactly.
just I think trying different bows definitely highlights, the different expectation of shooting and also the kind of like level of discipline and practice it takes to be proficient in each,
Yeah. I know. I
discipline.
once heard it said that shooting non-compound is trying to hit, shooting compound is trying not to miss.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's like because when I like watching Lancaster Classic,
Yeah.
every year for their little indoor comp, and it's like Unreal barebow shooters. That's always like a pleasure to watch. But I've actually had a lot of fun watching the compound people because you're like, which guy is going to hit the 9 ring this round?
Yeah.
Because they're all just hitting X's inside out, shooting
Oh yeah.
lights out. And then some dude hits a 9 and he's just like, I've heard stories about like compound dudes, they hit the range, or
Yeah.
they go to like a competition. I heard some dude went up to Vegas uh, and put like his first arrow in the night and just went home because he knew he couldn't recover from that. Like he wouldn't be in the top because he
Yeah.
hit a 9, which is like crazy. So
I,
it's
is it just me or has the standard of bear boat at Lancaster gone through the roof?
dude, those shooters are like insane. It's like I
They are.
know a few people from like GB who are
Yeah.
like insane at bear who went over to compete and they're insane and have like national records in this country, but they didn't even make the top 7 in Lancaster to go on stage. It's like that's insane. So these shooters are putting in like crazy good scores, and it
Oh,
is just something to be like, you know, everyone's like an absolute assassin in practice, but it's like at competition at that kind of like level, it's like you've got to be something else to be shooting that well. Like,
oh yeah.
oh,
What was it? Tex Grebner says everyone's a hero in their own backyard.
oh yeah, but I'm a rock star in my shower, like when I'm singing. It's like, you know,
What's the only
oh,
face
Tex
like that?
Grenner. I used to watch him growing up. He was nuts. Yeah, he was. Yeah, I used to love watching like Tex Grebner on YouTube because it's like he used to do like 100-pound recurve Dragon Slayer bow from Skyrim
He's
and just
still
like
doing it.
shoot like it's big, like into a hay bale and be like, "Ugh, what a hero. I love that guy.
I first came across him with the video that blew up the internet. I just shot myself where he shot
I
himself
can
in the
shoot
leg.
myself. Yeah, no, so yeah, it's
Fair
like
play to him.
I'm in the far
He's
in this country, so it's like
yeah, he's got in some
seeing that as
he's got in some shape. Old Texas.
yeah, no, he's I mean, I've checked in on him like through the years, but it's like when I was like 13, and he would always like modify his like Martin Jaguar, and I thought that
Yes.
was like a badass looking bow. So I was always like, man, I want one of them. So I'd always like watch his videos, and then yeah, he'd always be like, oh, I'm really fat, and I'm gonna get really like skinny, and then he gets like he was just like really up and down like through the years, but.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually watched some videos like last night about like split vision shooting, and I was like, "Whoa, what's this guy talking about?"
Oh, I mean, he entered the train to hunt competition several times and did
Yeah.
really, really well in that. And that's a brutal competition. That is not
Okay.
something I'd fancy doing.
Yeah. What does that entail? I don't know what the hell that is. Is that just like lifting and shooting and like running around the woods?
Right, you have to do a 3D shoot, and every time you miss, you have to do burpees. Uh, then-
Okay, that ain't that bad. Like, what the fuck?
no, but
Like,
then there's the physical side of it where you're doing box jumps, burpees. It's fairly savage. And then I think it's a 3 mile, supposed to be a hike to represent bringing an animal out the woods.
yeah.
And if I remember right, last time I looked, guys do it with a £130 pack on the back, this 3 mile hike. But very few people
Yeah,
hike
that's
it.
something.
Most of them run it.
Yeah,
Like a
okay. Is
three
it like a
mile run
race or
up and
just
down the
like
side of a
I
mountain.
took on did it? Like,
Yeah, it's savage. It really is. But he
I mean,
entered that
I'd
and
kind of
won
like
that.
something. I
Sorry?
mean, I'd want to do it like once, like the experience, if like we had like like doing like a Go Ape course and they just like 3D, as well. Like, that sounds badass. I want to do that. Like,
Tough Mudder with bows.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I would like to do like a Tough Mudder or something like obstacle-y, coursey. Like,
Yeah.
I just like being in the woods and running around and getting dirty and climbing trees. I love that shit. And I'm 25. Like,
I'd have
big
loved
kid.
to have discovered this when I was like 10 years old.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's like I think with 3D archery, because I've only done it a few times, because the club closest to me is actually like stopped. It's like closed down or something. So that's why I'm, level 100 on my flat range world archery. Like, that's why I'm always at my field. It's because my 3D club like closed down and can't go there anymore. So, and I don't really want to travel all the way down to the coast to go to like the Rat Pack or something close, because that's probably like
Yeah.
the closest to me now. And it's like, nah, I'm not going down there every weekend for more walking around the woods. Like, what the hell? Yeah. Uh,
I know. So I've got to ask, how did you get into archery?
uh, again, it's so like cliche, but it's just like I've always liked archery. Like I remember watching like Kevin Costner's Robin Hood. Even though I'm watching that recently, he doesn't do that much shooting in the fucking film. Like he shoots like 3 times, and it's like,
Yeah.
what was I so obsessed by? But I'd always like see something like that on the telly, and then run outside with like my mum's kitchen knife and like cut down a big stick, like big bit of hazel, and my brother like would have like string them up for me, and just like just sharpen a stick, and then I'd just be like, yeah, shooting it into the air. Because I grew up on a farm, uh,
Oh, that's
down
fortunate.
on the coast, and it was like, yeah, I'd always just like make little bows and arrows and all that kind of thing. And when I was like really little, when I was like, I don't know, like 4 or 5 or something, uh, whenever my brothers would play like cowboys and Indians or cowboys and Native Americans now,
Yep.
uh, because like the older ones, they're bigger, they get the fun little cap guns.
Yes.
Uh, Me and my little brother would be like the little Indians, so we'd have like the little paper headdresses, but we'd also have like the little bow, stick like sucker like tips on it. Always like, being a little brother, it's like I'd always like get that, and then
Yeah.
I just really enjoyed it. But when I turned, I think it was like 9.
Yeah.
My family had moved off the farm into a town, and the garden we had was like it was like a little personal archery range. It was just long, narrow, stick a little hay bale at the back.
Yep.
And my dad got me this like little horrible fiberglass longbow.
Oh
And I love
God.
this. This thing, I thought it was 10 pounds draw weight, but I weighed it yesterday and it's actually 20 pounds. So I was obviously like a big, strong kid,
Yeah.
like, like a little 9-year-old putting that back.
I
But
used
I'd
to
always
shoot
just
similar
like,
to that with sucker arrows on it.
yeah. Do you want to borrow that, buddy? Like on your shoulder?
That's about
Like,
all I can draw at the moment.
yeah.
And and down at Rob Jones's
But,
today, I tried one of his 30-pound flat bows. I got it to
hmm,
just over half draw, and my arm just collapsed like that.
yeah.
Oh, I'm just
No,
collapsed.
I tuned into that when I saw that you went live. I was like, oh, it was Richard up to today, and then I
Oh
saw you
God, I
like
felt like a
like
right pussy
longbows.
when
I
I
was like,
couldn't draw that.
okay, okay.
No, it was it. Rob's actually doing an article for Bow International on entry level
Okay.
flat bows, what to look out for. So I mean, there's a hybrid bows now that can look like a flat bow when they're first raced, but they've actually got a bit of recurve on. So I don't know what it's like with AGB because I haven't looked at their rules, but for Enfast, they're a no. You'd have to shoot
Yeah.
either uh, trad bow hunter if you're using carbon arrows, or bloody hell, why can't I think of the class now? Wooden arrow class, not bow hunter.
Hunting tackle.
Hunting tackle, that's it. Hunting tackle, you'd have to
Yeah.
shoot them in. Oh, I just twatted me mic stand with my headphones. So when did you decide to join a club? When did that come about?
Ooh, okay. So yeah, I basically did like when I got my little flat boat, all I was doing was just like watching films, and
Yeah.
then I'd like pause it on the bit they do archery. And when I was like 9, the film that I kept watching was Scorpion King with The Rock. Uh,
Yes.
and he's got like a big bow in there, and he's got like all these like crazy tips on it. So I was just like watching that like on repeat, so
Yeah.
I could like learn to shoot. And then like when I had like a laptop, I could like go on YouTube and start watching like Grizzly Jim, Tex Grebner, like just like all sorts, just anyone shooting a bow, I just like watch him and just be like, okay, I got to like do it like this. And I did that for years, only shooting at like 10, 15, 20 meters when I like grew up a little bigger.
Yeah.
But see if I can reach it. When I got to like 13, I got like a actual recurve.
Ooh, that looks pretty.
Yeah, my lights exploded on the floor, so I'm gonna get told off later about that. Uh, but yeah, no, I got that bow, and that's like a little 30-pounder. Uh, and weirdly enough, my family actually lived next door. That looks like I'm telling like a spooky story, so I'll put that up there. There's nothing to like diffuse that light. Fuck. Okay, let's see if I can be a scientist. Okay, that's better. Yeah, so it's like my family, cut that. My family lived next door to a archery range, like it's literally across the road from where they live.
Bloody hell, that's
And
useful.
yeah, well, I turned up with a trad bow, and it was like all unstrung. Had like my dad was like, okay, we'll like go over there and see if like, because I did not know how to string a recurve, because like my
Yeah.
dad like bolted on the limbs backwards. Like when you see the people are like, oh, they just strung it backwards, like with a recurve, and it looks like a longbow, but like
Yeah.
awful.
To be honest, if you're
Uh,
used to seeing bows drawn, that's a logical way to do it.
but that's the thing. It's like if you say to someone draw a bow, they just draw like a D shape, and then
Yeah.
it's like in my dad's head, he's like, yes, this is bow, but I'm like, no, it's not like the pictures on Google. Like, no, wrong one, wrong one. Uh, but like yeah, we go to the club, and it's like I'm holding my bow unstrung, walking ahead, and my dad's holding my little leather quiver with like my arrows in it.
Yeah.
And we get to the club, and they're like, "What the fuck are you doing? Like, you look like a criminal walking around there. Like, why don't you have like a bow back?" And I'm just like 13, and I'm like, "What the?" Like, and they got like quite a bit shitty about that. But then when they started like trying to show me like how to shoot, they kept trying to teach me as if I was like an Olympic shooter. So I'm
Yeah.
anchoring like that kid, canting the bow a little bit, and they're like, "No, no, no! Like you gotta, put your fingers down here and have the string in your nose." And I'm like, "No!" And they just really put me off like club shooting, because it was like, yeah, if it wasn't an Olympic recurve, they didn't know what they were looking at. So I was like, I was just happy just shooting at home, in the garden.
Yeah.
And I did that till I was like 16 when I got myself like my dad got me a Wheat Game Master 2 as a gift for
Oh
like
wow.
Christmas.
What a present.
Yeah, yeah, no, that was like, pretty good bow to get like at that
I mean
age.
that was a
Because I was like,
flagship hunting bow, wasn't it?
yeah, yeah, no, Game Master, dude, it's like the reason I don't shoot it now is because they stopped making them, so I don't want to fuck it up.
Yeah.
Like, if I break something on that, like, I'm so screwed. Like, but yeah, being like I'd grown up and gotten a lot stronger and quite a bit taller. So I was like,
Yeah.
okay, well, I'll go down to the club now as like an adult, 16-year-old, and I'll, you know, try again, at a club. And they were
Yeah.
just like, what is that? Like, what are you using? This looks weird. Like, why is there holes in it? Like, where's the sign? Where's the steps? And I started shooting. I was putting them all in the middle at like 30 meters, and they were just like, "You're shooting wrong. Like, do not come back here." And I was like, "What is like that?" Honestly sucked.
Does that
Um,
mean you're not shooting our way and you're beating us with no sights?
yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. It's like literally like some woman shooting like a Olympic recurve like on the same target as me was just like being so like rude. Like,
Yeah.
because I'm also like quite a quick shooter. Like, I've always been able to just like grip and rip them like just downrange. Like,
I
I
love that
don't. I can
phrase,
get on
grip
my
'em and
form
rip 'em.
later, but I'm not like checking anything like as I'm
Yeah.
shooting. Like, I just knock it and just send it down range, without a care.
You feel the
And
shot rather than
yeah, yeah. And
yeah.
some people, it's like, I've got off all six before they've got off two, and they're just like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Like, it's just like, come on, like really being like that with me. But yeah, so after that point, I was just kind of like, oh, I'm just going to shoot in my garden. And I did that until I was like 21, because
Yeah.
I had to just stop shooting for a little bit because I broke my left arm. And yeah, if you're well versed in trad sniper lore, everyone thought I was in an accident because I did a post basically saying like, oh, like my left arm's like permanently crooked from some bad rehab and like bad healing from an accident. And everyone hears like accident and they're like, oh my God, like what the hell happened to you? Like, were you in like some kind of like car wreck? And I was like, nah, I jumped over a bin when I was 18 drunk outside of a Weatherspoons. And I just obliterated like my elbow. And so I made like a little like sling like out my scarf, went home, woke up the next morning, my elbow was like black.
Oh
And my
wow.
mum was like, that looks nasty. Like, do we need to get that checked out? And I was like, yeah. She said like, twist your arm, and I went, eh. And she was like, okay, like we're going to the hospital. Yeah, I like absolutely exploded it like on concrete. But I was just like, yeah, I couldn't shoot for like a year just because my arm was way more crooked than it is now,
Yeah.
and I just had no strength in it. So like, because it happened like just before I was at uni,
Yeah.
I started going to like the gym with my buddies and doing like a little bit of weight to kind of get that strength back.
Yeah.
Uh, and then I went too hard one day and I tried to do like 30 kg chest press. And as I went up, my arm collapsed and hit me, and like it dropped a big old weight on my head. And I was like, oh,
Ooh.
yeah. Still pretty, so it didn't do. Yeah, no, I joined a club when I was, Christ, man, 22.
Yeah.
Because I just Googled, found one in my area, and I don't drive, but there's a bus route to it, and that makes it so much easier.
Yeah.
And the bus route literally takes me to like the doorstep. So I was like, okay, like I'll just like email, club leader about that,
Yeah.
uh, and did the old beginner's day course. Uh, which again, being like I've been shooting for like 14 years, like at
Yeah.
that point or something. I'm not a math guy, so that don't check out. Like, sorry, but yeah, I was like beginner's course. Like, I'm not a beginner. I've been shooting for ages. Like, what the hell? And I just went along. And I didn't know you could take your own bow to these beginners day courses.
Yeah.
So I'm there with like the club's little 20-pounder, like
The
and
18
I was
pound
like,
jelly
oh,
boat.
yeah. And I was just like, this sucks. I'm shooting a 45 like pound bow. Like, why would I, shoot like a little 20-pound
Yeah.
horrible bow? And all the people I was like doing it with had brought their own.
Yeah.
And they, because it was like just after like COVID,
Yeah.
uh they had all like taken it up like to do in their gardens, and they were just like, yeah, they were just like, I was just like, what the hell, like I would have brought my own if I knew. But yeah, beginner's day course, bit of a meme, because yeah, they expect you to be like getting proficiency. I mean, it's more like a safety thing,
Yeah.
really, and it's like just show you're safe at the range, because I was very upset because I was like, you've given me a 20-pound bow and like the stiffest arrows for it. Like these things suck. And it's like after like my first three shots, because I was just like 20 pounds, it's like that is so easy for me to
Yeah.
control, having shot 45 for most of my adult life. So I was just like, you know, point on the gold at like 15 meters. I was like, okay, this should like boom, like sink into it. And it just drops to like bottom left corner of the box. And I was like, oh, it sucks. And they're like, oh, like, because I snapped this, I just like said, take the sight off this bow because I'm not shooting with a sight, because, beginner's course, everyone shoots sighted. And you do the Olympic draw. I just said, well, I've been shooting a while, just let me do my thing. They like laughed and joked, being like, "Oh, okay, this guy's like crazy. This, 20-year-old,
Yep.
he knows what he's doing. He's young buck. He knows everything." Uh,
But
but
you
seeing the
haven't done
first
a beginner's
shot,
course yet.
yeah. Oh, not coached, not coached. He doesn't know what he's doing. Boom, idiot. But I was just like, I saw where that first shot went, so I was like, okay, well, I'll just stick it in the top right. So I'm just like, like, and they literally the coach was like, where are you aiming? And I was just there like, oh, it's gonna go in the gold now. And then boom, I just kept sinking them like in the gold, or like the old one in the red. Like they were just like, what the fuck? And I was talking to like one of the like younger coaches, and he was like 15, and he was just like,
Yeah.
whoa, like, okay, dude, like, yeah, you know what you're doing, like, okay. My money's on you for the competition, because at like the end of the Guinness course, it was like a little competition.
Yeah.
Uh, you get a little tin medal. Yeah. I absolutely slayed, like with a bare bow. Everyone's shooting, it was just shooting with a fucking sight. So it was just like, yeah, did that, and then turned up with you know, my
Yeah.
fun Black Wolf, and then yeah, history. I started just practicing more, and then I've always been like following archery like dudes on like Instagram. Like I've always been following like Nocturnal Arch is a big one.
Yeah.
Like the cut like a dude from Australia with the funny eyes. Uh like New Sensei and like Grizzly Jim. And I was just like, I could do that. Like, why don't I try? So I just like tried sniper, because I was at that point I had started shooting longer distance with a trad bow,
Yeah.
because big flat range. I'm not confined to the 20 meters of my garden anymore. Like, world's my oyster. Let's see how far I can get. So I just started shooting at like 50, 60, 70, off the shelf with feathers, like shooting instinctively. And I was like, that's pretty good. Like, all these barebow people are smoking me, you know. But then going online, and I'm seeing other trad shooters, like on Facebook groups and that, and they're like, oh, check out this group at 10 meters. I'm like, okay, like these guys, like trad dudes usually shoot at way shorter, like hunting distance.
Yeah.
And then I like delved a little bit more into that, and saw that people were like, Tradbo's like not consistent enough, like past 50. So I was like, oh, I'm kind of like a sniper then, because I'm just
Challenge
shooting
accepted.
distance. So I was like, I mean, that's why I got the handle I do, just like long range shooting. I find
Yeah.
it very satisfying. Well, I've always just like ballistics, really, because it's like when I had my funny arm and I had like a bit of burnout this year.
Yeah.
Not this year, not this year, last year.
I was going to say,
6 days.
really, yeah,
This year.
I'm still the same. I'm
I'm
still thinking
burnout,
with
man. No
2023.
more, no more. 2024, not my year. Uh, yeah, I think it must have been Christ Bones. I don't know, like February time last year.
Yeah.
I decided to do like firearms certification because
Oh,
there's
nice.
a rifle and pistol club near where I
Yeah.
live. And because like weather sucks, in this
Yeah.
goddamn country, like rain, clouds galore, like it's always wet and always fucking horrible. I was like, I'll go to a nice toasty indoor range and shoot a gun because I've always enjoyed shooting guns like in my youth and stabs and whatnot. And I was just like, okay, I'll do that. Like I'll be gun shooter guy now. And I know I'm good with like a bow, but then it's like did that for like 2 months straight, just shooting, you know, lever actions, bolt actions, and little, Ruger 1022, just bang, 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 bang.
Yeah.
I just got really bored of it, like because one of my targets, like having like my shrine to myself behind me, it's like a standing freehand group with a bolt action at like 100 meters, and it's just like the size of like a 10p, and
Nice.
it's like 15 shots at 100 meters standing up, resting off my elbow that I did for fun. And I was like, when you put a telescopic scope into the picture, it's like I was like, man, this is just ain't that fun anymore, and ammo prices went up a little bit. So I was just like, I'll just go back to archery where my ammunition is, reusable and my
Yeah.
bows are all falling over the place.
And you can practice in your garden. Can you imagine what happened if you started popping a Ruger 1022 in your back garden?
Oh, dude, no, I used to shoot like little air rifle, little air rifle in my garden, like shooting apples, like eggs,
Yeah.
little fun things. But it's like my dad was some just like would screw them into like the shed at the end of the garden, shoot those, bang, startle the neighbors, Oh fuck, World War Three, like oh no, no. Yeah, no, it's just like
So I say, kid, I mean,
yeah.
how old are you? 26, and you had a childhood like that. Too many kids these days just sit behind computers. I mean, when I was at school, at junior
Dude,
school,
I'll do that anyway. I'm a gamer. Like,
when I was at junior school, you'd play armies or
yeah.
play, say, what was then Cowboys and Indians. You'd all take your toy guns to school to play with. You'd get
Oh yeah,
arrested for that these
yeah. The
days.
police would absolutely smoke you. They stop you in the street.
Well,
Stop resisting! Bang, 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 bang! Like you get, Sabo death rounds. Like
yeah.
they saw you with a cap gun. Did your schools ever have? No, obviously not. Like at my school, they sat us down in assembly, and they showed us like this horrific film of like, don't take your airsoft guns to the park, and it's like a police sniper just like unloading into a kid who's like around a swing set, like, and then it's just like, don't take toy guns outside your home, and it's like seeing that when you're like 12 is like traumatizing. It's
Oh
like
God, yeah.
you obviously didn't have like that stuff.
I, have you come across a guy called the Outdoor Gibbon on Instagram?
No,
Well,
I have not.
he's worth a follow. Guy named Peter Gibbons. He's a former public school boy, but he lives up in Aberdeenshire, I think it is, and he does an awful lot of deer stalking. He's got a podcast
Oh,
called The
okay.
Outdoor Gibbon, and I think it's his first episode. He was on about when he was at public school, they had a school armory. where,
So, oh yeah, but I know people like of your generation who went to private schools, and they would have like little rifle association where you can like shoot a 338,
yeah,
like
take,
all that
take,
kind of
take
shit.
take your rifles and shotguns to school, keep them in the school
Yeah,
armory so you can go
yeah.
out
I
and
mean,
have fun
it's
at the
like
weekend.
yeah, no, it's just like I know some people who've had that kind of like upbringing, but it's like they were close to like the end of WW2 when that was like common thing to do. It's like Dad's Army, like I'm gonna take my gun to
I
school.
think Peter's about my age. I think I'm what 53 this year.
Yeah,
But he posted some photos on Instagram from just before Christmas, where they were stalking in the hills. And you look at it, and the rain is blowing horizontal. You think this is
yeah,
genuine
yeah,
hardcore. This is out in the Highlands in one of their storms, stalking deer.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I know. Are they just doing like stalks? Like, how close can I get to it? Or are they actually like taking like a 308 and just like putting a big fat hole in its shoulder? Like, are they hunting
I
or like
think some of
proxies?
them they're getting to within 100 yards.
Yeah. Okay. No, fair enough. I mean, it's like back when I used to do like hiking and all that, like in
Yeah.
the nature reserves, like where I live. It's like I remember just like I went off track and I was just like going through some shrub and I just like a little baby deer just like popped up like 5 feet away and I was like, what the fuck is that? Like,
Oh
this
God,
thing just
yeah.
like sprung up, ran off. It's like, okay, well, 100 yards, okay.
And especially if you
Yeah,
see
fair
something
enough.
like a muntjac, they're the size of a big hare, aren't they?
Yeah. Is that not like we like deer stalking in this country because we don't have like a big hunting culture like America. It's like
No.
I've heard like American deer have like learned to like avoid humans and like because they know humans gonna like shoot you with an arrow or like big old bullet. Whereas in this country it's like they like don't give a fuck. Like
Yeah.
so
There
not
was,
happening. Like
I can't think who I was watching, and apparently a lot of the deer in the state said they'd been sat in a ground blind watching this
yeah,
deer, and then they can hear folks coming along the track, singing, laughing, generally making a lot of noise, and the deer
yeah.
never batted an eyelid at them. But as soon as he came
Yeah,
out
well,
of
it's like we've
his
got like no natural predators in this country.
well, as soon as he came out of his blind and tried to stalk the deer, he buggered off. And there's a theory that deer can tell the difference between hikers who mean them no harm and hunters stalking. And as soon as
Oh, okay.
I feel that
Yeah.
somebody's moving like a predator, they're away from there. But theory being, and I don't know how true it is, it was just I think it was a YouTube video it was mooted on, that if they're just trapping along as a hiker does, not
Yeah.
obviously moving like a predator, they don't give a shit.
Yeah. Like ghost walking. Yeah. I don't know. It's pretty interesting. It's like I know in this country we've got like no natural predators, so like deer just like don't give a fuck. Like they know they're in this country, so they just like fuck you guys. It's like wouldn't that be like the new hunting tactic then to just like how to like carry your compound bow while looking like a hiker to not like startle I've had a theory where it's like if I was gonna like ever like mug someone for money, I'd dress up with like a little like black mask, white stripy shirt with a big bag with a money sign on, and then just be like mug
Swag.
someone, and when they call the police, they would just be like, "Oh, it's like a prank call. Like, there's no way this cartoon robber has just taken your wallet." Like,
I say good old burglar Bill, wasn't it? The little black mask, the flat cap, the black and white striped jumper,
yeah,
and with the
yeah.
swag bag over his shoulder.
Like, I
Oh
don't know.
God,
I think that would work.
my
Like, police would
microphone's
not give
down.
a shit about that.
Yeah, what was I going to say then? Oh, what we were talking about Lancaster. Good old Sir Eric Archer. Arthur's entered Lancaster this year,
Yeah,
hasn't
yeah,
he?
my boy Arthur Ware, what a guy. Yeah,
I tell
follow
you,
that guy.
I
Follow that
cannot
guy.
wait.
He's an
I cannot
unreal
wait to
shooter.
see him shoot.
Yeah, no, I'm gunning for him. Him and Mo Treadbow Newbie. Like they're my people. They're my people.
You're gonna have to send me a link to his Instagram, Tradbo Looney. Brian, you look at Arthur.
She Mo
He's
Melissa Ortiz. Yeah, no, she's a great shooter. She's in the Longbow Outlaws. Because there's like a little group of longbow shooters that
yeah.
turn up to Lancaster shooting the barebow division. So yeah,
Oh
it's
wow.
like Trevor Field and all that. And it's like I think think it was Trevor Fielder got really close to the top 7, and that was
Yeah.
shooting, woodies out of a wooden longbow, and it's like that dude's fucking insane as well. So it's just like, yeah,
Oh,
I think it'd be cool to have something like that, like in this country, because I really want to go to the indoor nationals next year.
yeah.
Uh, but I'm in Verbo group, but I'm shooting off the shelf and shooting traditionally. So I think it would be cool to have some other trad lads, just turn up shooting that way.
Right. I've got to ask a question now because I'm completely ignorant of a lot of trad stuff. When you're shooting a fixed distance, like 20 yards,
Yeah.
how big a difference does having a bare bow setup and a setup like yours? What does it make much of a difference?
Uh, well, Barebow is more of a science and trad's more of an art, in like my opinion, because it's like because with traditional you've got so many different ways of aiming, because you can either have like a fixed solid aim like gap shooting,
Yeah.
uh, which you really need like a scientist's brain. So if you can gap shoot, hats off, because I cannot do that with my little monkey brain. My little monkey brain just pull and shoot. I shoot. Technically, I'm more like a split visiony kind of like instinctive shooter.
Yeah.
But yeah, you got like instinctive where again, some people are like, that's just subconscious gapping, that's a whole other different can of worms,
Oh, isn't it
like
just? I was talking,
yeah.
me and Rob were talking about this earlier.
Well, it's just like when I shoot, it's like, yeah, I'm looking at I shoot split vision technically, because it's like, yeah, I'm looking at the goal, but I'm also aware of where my arrow point is,
Yeah.
because I do lazy shooting. I cut my arrows down and weigh them differently for which distance I shoot,
All
different
right.
but yeah, with bare bow, it's like again, it really depends on like how you set your bow up. Because
Yeah.
if you have a really deep crawl where you're going way down on the string and you're having that arrow right in front of your eye, it's
Yeah.
like that's pretty bread and butter shooting. It's like my missus used to shoot bare bow. And when I was like, oh, let me have a little spin on that at 20, it was like, I was just in like touching groups. And I was just like, what the fuck? Like, because then when I picked up my Trebo, I'm just doing like little like groups like that, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, it is a difference, because it's like with a barebow setup, you've got that technical advantage because you are shooting an elevated rest with a
Yeah.
plunger, so you do have micro adjustability on the fly. So if your arrows are behaving a little bit weak, a little bit stiff, uh, on paper, like on the other end of the range, like you see a weight arrow as you're like, oh fuck, you can do a couple of turns on your plunger, account for that.
Yeah.
But it is like a science. Like you've really got to be like a sciencey math person to shoot barebow that way.
Yeah.
But it's really fucking accurate. It's scary accurate, and it it smokes me. Like people smoke me with a barebow. Like don't get me wrong. I'm not like some like Trambo Jesus or nothing, but
I
yeah,
don't
it's
know.
just
When
like
you look
shooting off
at
a
you
shelf.
shooting mini playing cards at 60 yards, I'd say you're fairly deadly. I'd love to be able to shoot me compound that well.
Yeah, I don't know. I need to get new targets, to be fair. I need to think of some new things to shoot, because I'm done with my mini playing cards. I've done all 52. So,
I really enjoyed watching that adventure, in that adventure on Instagram. That's
well,
what
it was
got
just
me hooked
like,
on
again, it's
your
like,
Instagram.
yeah, I mean, when I started my Instagram, it's like I started off shooting traditionally. And then there's a woman at my club who's a Grandmaster Bowman level national barebow archer, and she's insane. She's unreal. And she was just there like, shooting traditionally. Why don't you try barebow? Because that's kind of like a traditional, but from the future. Like, try that. But I don't like the feeling of barebows, because being a bit of like a, you know, gearhead, I'm always like, I'm always on Merlin, just looking at bows,
Yeah.
just looking at things. I like it. Uh, there was a dude at my club, and he had like on paper like the sickest bear bow. It was like a giant like Gilo GT with like the insane like pocket system that
Yeah.
you can do like some crazy things with the adjustability on that. He was shooting, shooting kilo limbs, sniper rest, and a biter button, and then like these tiniest, skinniest little fucking arrows with like griffin veins on. Which, if you've ever seen griffin veins, they look they look insane. They look like they shouldn't work. But
I
I
got
he was
some
like, oh,
sent from boning, and I've got to get round to fletching an arrow and actually trying them, see
yeah,
what they're like.
okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
they
no,
did
I do
2 inch,
stuff.
because the first ones were about what, inch and a half long, purely for recurve, weren't they? And they
Yeah,
did a 2 inch to try on compounds. So I've got them kicking around
okay.
somewhere. I've got to fletch an arrow up and just see what they're like.
Well, yeah, just honestly, dude, just like trying out new equipment and just see what you like. Because even if you just like shoot and go, no, it's like, guess what? You learn something new. So
Yeah.
that's why I'm always like trying new things. But I tried this guy's fucking bear bow. This thing on paper, best bear bow in the world. Like this thing, like honestly, like cost me like over $1,000 for this setup.
Yeah.
And it fucking rattled and vibrated and shook the shit out of my arm. And it sounded like a gun. And I didn't like it. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna stick to my little like my tiny little 62-inch recurve, which again I get called stupid all the time for shooting a bow that small because I'm a 6'3" dude with a before my injury I had a 31-inch draw length, but now I've got
Yeah.
like a little 30-inch, and people are like 62-inch, like that is way too small to be shooting, and it's
If
like
it works for you, it
it's
works for
not.
you.
Yeah, yeah, it's like big guy, tiny bow. It's like the Mongols kind of made like a living, shooting tiny bows.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
done for thousands of years by so many different cultures, but it's
See,
just like,
when you gone about your wonky arm, I keep imagining like a T-Rex shooting.
dude, it looks like that. Honestly, it is like madly. Oh, one day I'll do a post just showing like the side by side of my right arm straight compared to my left arm. But my left arm looks like a puppet. Like, it is fucked. Like, and I see everyone literally last week, everyone in like my little like small trad community is a very small community anyway.
Yeah.
But everyone was talking about like uh new video from Tom Clum Senior, who's like,
Oh, I like
pretty
watching
gold
his
standard.
stuff.
Yeah, no, he is like gold standard when it comes to like form and everything. Like, dude's a
Yeah.
genius. But everyone talked about bone on bone alignment in
Yeah.
their bow arm. I can't have that. So I was just like, what the fuck? Like, really? Come on. Really? Everyone talking about this and trying to get their bone on bone contact. It's like I physically can't do that. So it's just like that's why I did the like post where I was like, hey, guess what? Shoot what's good for you. Because,
Exactly.
you know,
Yeah. So
that's the thing.
there's
Like
Tom Clum on
everyone's
form, and you're sitting there thinking, "You bastard, you're taking the piss out of me, aren't you?"
everyone fucked up. But it's just like, yeah, it's just pretty crazy. Like with the amount of form that goes into it. Because it's like obviously form is such like a critical thing to like an archer's shooting.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like if you're consistent, like how you shoot,
I was going to say I'd always
don't matter.
argue consistency over perfect form, and
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's like, but perfect form differs so much,
yeah,
depending on which discipline you're shooting. It's like perfect form for Olympic recurve does not look like perfect form in Asiatic horsebow.
yeah,
Like, depending on what you're shooting, it really depends on what's perfect. But as long as you're consistent, like form doesn't really matter. Like form will get you, you know, make some things easier, make some
yeah.
things more comfortable for you. But it's not going to be like, mad shooting like right off the bat. Like you're not going to get like perfect form and you just start like bang, 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 just like shooting like tons of goals kind of thing. It don't work that way.
I mean, not being into compounds, I don't know who if you know who Paige Pierce is.
Yeah, number one in the world or something. Like I know she's
Yeah.
like top G.
Oh, she's incredible, Pages. But
Yeah.
somebody, she was doing an interview with somebody, and they said about coaching. She said, "Oh God, I'll be the world's worst coach because my form is atrocious, but I do well because my form is consistently atrocious."
Oh yeah, yeah, exactly. Like that's just it. Like again, it's like so my missus, she's put down the bare bow to take up trad because she was shooting a bare bow instinctively, and I was like, oh, maybe you should try like a trad bow. So we went up to Merlin, in
Yeah,
what was it, Burton upon Trent, and we got
that's a
her
new
a
place, isn't
little.
it?
Yeah, well, oh, dude, I had such an ordeal going there because it's like all my years I've seen their cool little, like from their YouTube, like their old shop that was like in the woods and it had like the big statue like in
Yeah,
front, and it was like
yeah. Then
my
they
girlfriend
moved
like,
to
pulls
Lady
up to this
Burger,
like
didn't they? And then now
yeah, it's like
Burton.
my girlfriend pulled into this industrial district, and I was like, this is not the place. Like we're meant to be in the woods. Like she was like, no, this is like the only place in like the south of England, like where we were. Like this is the only one like close to Nottingham. Uh and I was just there like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, where the hell am I? Like, but yeah, apparently it is like the new headquarters. So I was like, well, this sucks. Like in my head, I had the one from YouTube, and I was gonna go there, and it was gonna be
Oh,
badass. And I was just
Fairfield
like in a
course.
warehouse. I was like, like
Yeah, because I think
yeah, yeah,
before they were
yeah.
in Loughborough, I think they were somewhere else. I'm not sure. But they, Ashby de la Zouch, they've got a stunning 28 target course where they shoot EFA and
Okay.
AGB.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
I've been
Sweet.
fortunate enough to shoot there a couple of times, and it's a beautiful, beautiful course. Really, really nice.
Yeah. It was like the course like my NFES club had was like that was such like an experience for like a dude who had only like shot his garden
Yeah,
and on a flat range because it was for me like being like a young buck in my 20s. I was like, damn, this is cool because I get to walk around the woods. It's kind of like hiking.
yeah,
I'm climbing up ladders, shooting out trees. Like, I feel like a little Robin Hood guy.
yeah.
And it was just like insane. And one of the shots was like 60 meters over like a gorge and
Oh,
then like
wow.
shooting into like a big eagle target. And that was just like fucking badass. And it's like I literally just like joined in with like just like four other dudes shooting trad, and they were just
Yeah.
like, come with us. Like we'll show you the ropes. And they were like, oh, you're gonna lose all your arrows, buddy. Like if this is your first time. I didn't lose any, and they were like, oh fuck. I'm like, okay. But that was my introduction into what like NFAS people are like field archers, because they're more my people.
Yeah.
Uh, because like nothing against like archery GB, like shooting on a flat range kind of thing, because that's what I shoot now. But it's like the kind of prim and proper, always wearing white. It's like, nah,
You can't shoot your trousers
that
with
ain't
a
me.
wrong shade of green.
Yeah, and it's like, don't talk to me. I'm on the line. I'm shooting. I'm trying to concentrate. Oh, you're breaking a rule or something, and you get chewed out a bit. It's like,
Yeah.
what the fuck? It's like I like FAS where I get to shoot the shit with other working class boys, and you know they would literally like poke each other in the ears with like each other's arrows, like throw them off, and it's like that's funny. Like, that's
Oh, God,
funny.
yeah. When I
It's
shoot
like
with crow at Paget, biggest thing is tickle his nads with with your feathers.
yeah, it's just like I'm just here to like have fun, and it's like if
Yeah.
you're here to have fun too, it's like that's golden. Because if you're like a stoic you're like, yeah, so I'm on top of my game. Like, I don't distract me. I'm concentrating. It's like you're fucking lame. Like, shut up. Like, relax a bit. Have some fun. Like,
But then
trad archery never
if you
going to be
look at the world,
perfect.
if you look at the World Archery Championships, they've got music going full ball while they're shooting.
Yeah, yeah, it's fucking loud and it's fucking noisy, and
You
it's
know,
just
they
like,
encourage the crowd to
it's
cheer.
just like
Well,
yeah,
it's like
yeah,
Lancaster,
it's
isn't it?
like
That seems,
the clapping. Yeah.
particularly in the bear bow, that seems very much like a party atmosphere.
well, dude, it's like in America, yeah, Barebow party animals. Hey, Barebow, ooh, Barebow Nation. Yeah, they're screaming, they're hollering. You got John Denver the third wearing his crazy fucking
Oh
colors.
God, the Hawaiian
In this country,
shorts
you're
and
wearing
odd
white.
coloured
You're not allowed to
trainers.
talk to each other because otherwise, yeah. Well, it's like this country. It's like I could not turn up to a competition with bare arms. Like that's against the rules.
Yeah.
Like what the fuck? Like, what is going on? I couldn't take like my old black wolf limbs are in camouflage. That wouldn't be legal. That'd be breaking the rules. So it's just
Yeah.
like
World
some of the
archery,
rules
isn't
I
it?
just like,
Yeah, it's tied into world archery
yeah.
events. But apparently,
Yeah, no, I
yeah,
know it
some
is, and I
some
know it's like,
countries
oh,
camo's
camouflage,
illegal, isn't it?
use my military band. Yeah, I know it's just like military, we don't want to associate archery with the military because the military can do some horrible things to some horrible countries. But it's just like, it's not DPM. It's literally like real tree camo. It's like the only people you see in the world wearing real tree is just like
Rednecks.
little redneck hunter with a shotgun. Like, what the fuck? Like, what are you talking about?
My favourite colour is real tree.
Oh, brother. Yeah. I mean, real tree does look pretty sick. I mean, I must admit, but I would not wouldn't wear that in the army. Like, I'd get smoked. Like,
Oh God, yeah.
like,
No,
I know.
Saturday and Sunday,
I'm
I live in real
thinking
tree.
carbon fiber.
Well, Decathlon's
Carbon
equivalent of
fiber
real
tomorrow.
tree.
I mean, I've seen like some really cool camos on some of I think it's the Fred Eichler new recurve riser that's come out. I've seen some really cool camos on there. Hoyt do some really good camos as well. That again, I would love to use, but since I'm thinking about competing again, I've kind of got to leave my shit like not
Yeah,
camouflage because I
you'd
get
walk on
turned
the
away at the
shooting
door.
line and the judges would burst into flames.
Yeah. Oh, not white. What the hell? Like, he's not wearing white. He's wearing a plaid shirt. Now, I mean, I would love to do some like just weird things, at like a archery GB competition. I'd love to just turn up in like really bad like Robin Hood cosplay and just see what they say.
As long as
'Cause
it's the
I'm
right
probably gonna
shade of
get like
green.
chewed out for wearing like shit. Yeah, I mean, I wear like the little green tights and everything, little funny hat, like
Oh,
little
we'd have to
feather.
see photos for that.
Yeah, man. I might do it, might do it this year. Who knows? But
Or
again,
turn up
I
dressed
just
like
love
John
it to
Demmer.
be. Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's like, but people again, it's like there's people who are like, he's dressing that way to be a distraction so he can get a competitive edge. It's like, you're insane. What the fuck are you talking about?
Jesus.
Oh, but competition stuff that gets real fucked because like especially in like Barebow, it's like I've heard like stories of people who like got some of the Spigarelli risers that you can get them like chrome and they
Yeah.
would polish them up super shiny so it reflects light into your opponent's eyes. Oh, what the heck? That's not real. I refuse to believe that's real. Like, no way. I,
Well, it all developed.
again, I've had people say about like my
Come on,
new.
this is the UK. You need sunshine for that to work.
Oh yeah, it's just fucking great over here. It's just like it's good that you got it today. It's like I got this one, and I only shoot like for 2 hours on the weekend.
Yeah.
It's the only time I get. But I was just like, oh, it's raining. No, I don't want to shoot today. I
Oh,
like last year. I used to love shooting in the rain because it was like no one else is there. But it's like now, I've got to get in, dry off all my gear, make sure it's not rusting. And I'm just
yeah.
like, fuck that. Like, I just stay inside and practice when it's dry. Um,
See, I hate the
yeah.
cold and the wet. I really do. So this time of year really pushes me. I mean,
Yeah.
before COVID hit, on a finishing work, it was dark. It's dark at this time of year anyway, and by the time you finish work,
Yeah.
so I used to go over to Ryan's place. I'd phone him up before I was leaving work, say, right, I'm coming over to have hour and a half in the range. So I'd get there. He'd have
It's
the heaters
happening.
on in the
You're gonna be
range, have it nice and warm. I'd walk through the front door and he'd say, "Coffee, Rich."
I mean, that's fucking like that's celebrity right there. That's treatment. That is absolute treatment.
It broke my
I mean,
heart
it's
when
like,
Ryan decided to close the shop. Of course, it treated everybody like royalty.
yeah, that's awesome. That's top tier. Like, that's being a friend right there. Like,
Oh Lord, yeah,
hell yeah.
yeah. I mean, this is
Well,
why
that's again,
he Ryan was my go-to place because you were treated like royalty.
yeah. Oh yeah, I mean it's like my work were pretty bad at. So let me shoot at work, out back because it's like where I work, as a carpenter in a factory. It's like, yeah, in the winter time really sucks because I get to work and it's dark, and by the time it's time, like, home time,
Yeah,
it's dark, so I can't even like in the summer. Uh, I might be able, like if I can get to the range quick enough, I'll get like an hour of shooting after
yeah,
work, and that's unreal. But this time of year, it's like, nah, you're not getting that. And there's no indoor ranges near where I live, so I can't even like do that. So it's like my
yeah.
work. Let me put like a load of cardboard boxes like out the bag, and then just let me shoot during my lunch break.
Oh, that's
Then we
ideal.
got a new compliance manager who said, "Not doing that anymore."
Oh shit.
Oh, yeah, just fucking rule keeping bootlicker. Like, no, no bros here. Buddy, it's only 45 pounds. Like, what are you talking about? Like, this is fine. Even though, I'm selling it down. It's like I know my bow can take any large game in like North America.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna tell him that. I'm gonna tell him it's a kid's bow. You know. Oh no, that's another thing. It's like so many people don't think like bow and arrow dangerous. Like, I always see it like online and people just being like, oh, bow and arrow, like that's just like bad gun. It's just like, no, it did the job, ask the French, it did a really good job, like, for fucking centuries, like the bow's been like putting in work. But then it's like, you're still like at beginners courses, like people like pointing bow at each other, and be like, and it's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, stop that. Like, no. That's always like the worst shit, man. Just like seeing people just like point to bow at you. It's like, unless you want me to point mine back at you, like beginners courses are the Wild West, man. Like safety, you want to keep it safe, but then you don't want to like absolutely grill someone.
Yeah.
So it is like finding a balance because it's like, especially like kids, it's like, yeah, they're using like a little 10 pound, 15 pound bow, but when they start like pointing at their brother point blank, it's like you cannot do that, and your dad should be telling you off. But
Yeah.
I'm a random 26-year-old, so it's like, who gives a fuck? Well, I'm like a little kid as well. 'Cause people my age, like pretty hard to find, honestly. I think with the current like archery, it's you're either like, don't do this the wrong way, man, but you're either old or you're like a kid. Like I find it really hard to find people like in their 20s, like my age,
Yeah.
like and again, don't know why that is. I don't know why that is. I don't know why it's like popular for people my age. Like,
Well, if you think if you want to go into archery and you jump on Facebook and search archery in this country, we all know what page is the first one to come up.
yeah,
And I remember a post came up on that particular page one day, and it was somebody saying, "I've been and bought myself a little bow. I want to shoot in my garden. Any advice?" And I was the first comment, and I just went, and one, two, three. And within 5 minutes, there's 10 posts coming up. You're stupid. You're an idiot. You're dangerous. Join a club, do a
yeah,
beginner's course. And I'm thinking, how are we
yeah,
getting you
dude. Same on red.
into the sport when and people jumping up and down demanding the bows be licensed from within the archery community? I'm thinking,
You can't be doing that, because
no,
it's like,
They come
You
for
know,
one,
America
they
has
then
a
come for
problem
more and
anyway.
more and more. I think they want
Yeah,
to
well, it's
meet
just like
this
how do you
feeling.
license Bo? Because it's like I know America's going through like the fucking like oh anyway, because it's like you can like 3D print like a cap gun or or something. You can you can print like a lower receiver for an AR, and
Oh
people are
God,
going
yeah.
batshit over that. What's the government going to do if they license bows? Like go down and cut down a big stick, and get some string.
I
How
said
do you
I was
license
like you
that?
as a
Like, well,
kid. I'd cut a stick, tie a string on it, and
yeah,
I had my ass whaled by my dad. Of course, I took the front end, the front section of an old fishing rod, took the whipping off, cut a
yeah,
little groove in the back, and this thing had got some
yeah,
bloody poke. Of course, his shed door, I filled it full of holes.
yeah. Jesus Christ, like, what the
I was
fuck?
only
Like,
shooting from about 4 yards away, but I'd got a
yeah,
piece of
yeah.
rosewood, must have been about, hang on, about shit, trying to line this up with a camera, about that thick.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
no, dude.
he'd been at work. I'd had a happy day shooting. He came back and he went ballistic. I keep
Yeah.
smacking my bloody boom arm with my headphones.
Damn, it's a karate chop in there. Yeah,
Yeah,
no, yeah, telling people want to shoot in their garden, but now it's like really unpopular to say, go ahead. Like everyone does just say, join a club, uh, do it there, safer. And I get it, like I get it. I get it. It is technically safer, not everything. Not everyone has like 15 acres of like farm to just like go nuts on.
yeah,
Uh, so I'm entirely self-taught, like, and I'm doing all right. It's like, yeah, I shoot at a club now, and I would love a garden to like shoot at if I can't get to the club. But to just outright be like, no, like go do a club, like that's such a fucking lame response, honestly. Like,
one of my
I don't
friends used to shoot his
dig it.
compound down the hallway in his flat.
Well, yeah, it's like I mean, when I do some of my arrow tuning, and the missus isn't in the bedroom, I'll just put like a little target like in there just so I get like 3 or 4 yards, just to see if like my fletchings suck or if they're okay. Like,
Yeah.
so I'm always like thinking cardboard from work so I can make little, ghetto targets I can just keep in the flat when I want to fuck around a bit.
It's all
But
right
it's
to
like
it's all right to
back
the
over
camera and
lockdown, I was
say,
using like this flow and I was shooting at my clothesline uh, in my living room. Like I have like one of those like little washing horses, and I
yes,
just put like a blanket over there. I was using a wooden arrow with a blunt, and because the bow was only pulling like 20 pounds, I
yeah,
was just like shooting into that, and it was just boom, I just hitting the blanket and just dropping, and
yeah,
I was just doing that just to work on form in my old flat. So it's like, there are ways of maintaining proficiency like that at
yeah.
home. It's like I should if I was a better man, I'd be using my stretch bands that I spent my, great British pounds on. Uh,
They're just
but
not
that's
as
like
much
working out.
fun.
Fucking lame. I don't want to do that. That's boring. Like, I want
Yeah.
to actually like shoot a bow. Like, it's just not the same. But it's like technically I should be doing that, so I keep my shoulders in shape. But again, it's just like I'm a bit lazy. I don't want to. I don't. I
Yeah.
don't want to just be in my living room. Like, pinging off fucking Red Band. And then my missus in the next door going like, what the fuck is going on next door? Like, what's going on in there? It's just like,
Come look what I've done with my
I
shaft.
don't know. Yeah,
I don't know if you
I
ever
know.
saw
Are
the
you on the
video
stretch
on,
bands now, that with your funny shoulder?
yeah, Cy Thomas. You know Simon. You've spoken to him about the extreme helical fletchings.
Yeah, he's a
uh,
hero.
he got me a
Yeah,
set of
he's a hero.
bands.
He's a hero. He's gonna be fun.
He phoned
Okay.
me the one night and said, "Rich, what's your address?" I said, "Why, are you going to come and steal me boxer shorts?" He said, "Only if they're worn." So I gave him my address, and the
Oh,
following day,
a man of quality.
yes,
Badass. Okay.
the following day, a set of
The
stretch
hero.
bands turned up.
Yeah, nah, dude, that's just like absolute homie behavior. That's a friend you keep around if you just can like
I
send
tell you
you
what,
stuff.
he's one of the
Uh,
most genuine, most supportive guys I have ever met. And
yeah, I'm pretty sure I can't remember what. again, I don't know if I'm getting this wrong or confused, but I'm pretty sure he sent a bow to someone in America. Fact checked me. I'm pretty sure you sent Flea Saint Fatty Lamb hands on Instagram. I think he sent him
Oh,
a longbow.
he's
I
really good
think,
friends with her.
yeah, I think I think he sent a bow to. I think it was a heritage bow. I think he helped send like I think he was like, oh, it's cheaper if we do it this way, and sent her a longbow. Again, fact check me. I'm not clued up on my
That
Instagram
wouldn't
lore.
surprise me at all about Simon. It really wouldn't. The guy will go to the ends of the earth to help anybody, and he's such a
Yeah, I do feel kind of
genuinely
bad
nice
because
guy.
yeah, he is lovely. It's like when I was pondering my orb, I was
Yeah.
really thinking about getting some new Ukas because £30 just wasn't cutting it, and I
Ooga,
was switching.
ooga.
Yeah, yes, yes, Yuka, yes, yes.
Oh my God.
Lovely, lovely,
I
lovely
would
carbon.
lick those from tiller bolt to string knock.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a few pictures of me kissing my bow on Instagram. Uh, But yeah, £30 just wasn't cutting it, and I really wanted £45 because I was using my Black Wolf limbs, my Dash limbs. I was using any limb higher poundage, but
Yeah.
higher poundage, not as smooth.
I was
So I
going to
was
say,
like, oh,
totally
what if I
different
had
draw cycle to the
45
Ukas, aren't they?
pound? Hmm?
Totally different draw cycle. Ukas
Oh
are,
yeah, 100%.
oh,
I
they're
love
gorgeous.
like they do that S curve does make them feel like compound-ish, like
Yeah.
because it's really hard at the start, and then you do have a feeling of let off,
Yeah.
and everyone says, "No, no, stupid! Physics says that is impossible. It is not a compound; it is a recurve limb." And I say, "No shit, Sherlock, but it feels like one." So,
It's
suck
a
a fat
hyper
one.
recurve limb, isn't it? It's a hyper
Hmm?
recurve limb. The
Well,
Ukas.
yeah, it's like
It's
super
the,
recurve, and it's like only Buka and Border do them, but Border
they
looks
go boom
scary.
after 30 shots.
Oh God, okay. Thank God you said that first. It's like, uh, yeah, Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ. It's
Well,
like every time I've
if
like
you'd
seen
have
them
said
online.
it, Sid had never have sponsored you.
I had an archer who was way better than me say, if you're gonna buy border limbs, buy a second pair for when the first pair go fucking kablamo. And I was
Yep.
just like, oh, okay.
Well,
I don't like shit breaking. Like,
I kept saying
you
this was
know.
why Border kept sending Joe Parronay a set every 3 months so he couldn't shoot them long enough for them to blow up.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. It's like I don't know. Again, I'm not like a scientist, but it's like the way you've got to like work with a carbon fiber is just like if the heat's not right, it's just gonna like not be strong and it's gonna fracture and
Yeah.
splinter and whatnot. And it's just like that just sounds fucking ghastly, and I don't really want to get part of my mustache clipped off by a fucking border limb, like or a eucalypt. That's the other thing. It's like everyone says like, oh, why eucas? Like eucas stink, and it's like yeah, their finish is a bit questionable
Yeah.
because uh yeah, it's just like crappy varnish that like chips off and it's purely cosmetic. So I've been using my £30 pair for like a couple of years now, and the only like damage on them is just where they rock in the limb pocket
Yeah.
underneath. So you're not even gonna like see that cosmetic damage. But it's like with some of the higher carbon content limbs like Salenga and Talai, those ones in like the trad like nature series. It's like I've heard some like people on trad talk be like, those will fucking blow up on you because they're not made as right. And then when I went down to Merlin, I was like examining the limbs like from Yucca. Like, I was just like looking at them, and I was just being like really niggly. But it's like some of the cross weave wasn't neat, and it
Yeah.
was like overlapping, and it didn't look right. And I was like, that's kind of concerning, and I don't want to spend 500 quid on limbs just for them to like explode my face and ruin my lovely mustache and give me a horrible scar. Like, I don't want that. So I like the Gobies. Gobies are cheap, cheerful. 50% carbon, 50% fiberglass or something, some kind of resin.
Yeah.
I'm not a scientist, but they look cool. Carbon fiber looks cool.
And I love Suzuka limbs. I've tried a couple of draws with them. They feel so nice.
Yeah, they are. They are
They
just
are
so.
buttery.
Well, even with like higher poundage now, it's like my bow's clocking in at 53 pounds on the fingers, and
Nice.
those things are fucking quick. Uh, yeah, they really send an arrow with authority and a cracking sound. But as I was speaking to Scandinavian Archer on Instagram, he's
Yeah.
huge. What a guy. Love you, Martin. My hero. Big kisses from England. But I was, because he's got like pretty similar setup with
Big
his
kisses like a Frenchman or sloppy kisses like you really love him?
a big wet kiss from
Ugh.
Scotland. Right. Yeah. But yeah, no, it's just like I was talking to him about like because he was like, oh, my bow's getting like around 210 FPS with his like setup, and I was like, okay, well, I'm at this many grains per inch, and I've got a 30-inch draw, and it's on a 17-inch riser, so yeah, 53 pounds. We were like doing those like autistic maths, trying to work out what it'd be, and we came on to like 220 FPS. We thought
Yeah.
so. We were just like, yeah, sorry, that would be a quick bow. Uh, so yeah, so I'd love to get a chronograph on it just to see if like I'm insane or I'm good at maths, which would be equally as shocking. But
I don't know.
again, I'm not spending money on a chrono just to use it once. I'll just go up somewhere that's got one, try
We've
it
got
out.
a guy at Paget that shoots a 50-pound Bodnik quick stick on
Yeah,
a 29-inch draw with gold tip trad arrows. Uh,
yeah, love these bad boys.
it,
Yeah, love them.
oh yes, tough as old
Yeah,
boots. They
yeah.
are
These things
as
do
old
not
boots.
fucking die.
Uh,
I've Robin Hooded so many times, and I've just got a collection of fucked knocks, but
now with
the
that
shafts are just pristine.
Bodnik, he's getting 206 with a 50-pound Bodnik.
I mean, and that's a stick bow, and that is
Yeah,
fucking cooking gas, like to get that kind of speed
it
out of
is.
a wooden bow. Like, because you
Martin's
do
got an
to get that kind
old
of speed, you need to recurve and
Martin's
whatever
got an
shit.
old Olympic style recurve, and he's on a 30-inch draw, and he's pushing 214, 215.
Yeah,
So
but again, it's like
with
with
your
like
length and those limbs, I'd have said you're going to be pushing 224, 225.
I mean, yeah, I mean, fucking maybe. I mean, I need to get hold of a chronograph to really, try it out. But it's like again, because I use because I use just like Gold Tip Traditional as well. They're like 9.3
Yeah,
GPI at 32 inches. It's like uncut. It's nearly a 500 grain arrow. So
yeah.
it's
That's
like a
got some
hunting weight
heft.
arrow. Hunting weight arrow going like 220. That's got some authority behind it.
Hasn't it
It's not
just?
like tiny little skinny, like tiny like bare bow sticks, like because you really see like
Yeah.
how
What are
skinny
they?
those
3.2 mil internal diameter on the bare bow sticks.
are. Something like that. They're Mybo Hailstorm.
Yeah, they're the
Uh,
one down. I think they're the one down from the 166, whereas your gold tips are a 246 internal diameter, aren't they?
yeah, just standard, but that's just like standard for like any trad arrow. But it's
Yeah,
like again, it's like I really like the Bearpaw Hunter Extremes because they again carbon fiber, they look
yeah,
really nice, and there's 0.03 straightness, which is insane for a trad arrow because you're really not going to see that 0.03% difference,
yeah.
compared to a 0.06 gold tip. You're not going to see that,
And
you
at
know,
your
difference.
length, shooting almost full length, you can't cut. You haven't got a lot to cut off to take any imperfections out, have you?
Well, yeah, it's like my long range arrows are cut down to 30, and that's just enough that I have like it's not going to go into my hand or
Yeah,
pop out my bow, but it's short enough where I can lose a few grains and really, send them long range because yeah, I do lazy shooting. I build arrows for each distance that I shoot, so my point on just remains the same. I'm
Yeah.
just doing it that way because I do not have math man brain for gap shooting. Uh, yeah, God, we went on an absolute tangent there. Like, Jesus Christ.
So, what bows are you shooting now? How many have you got, and what are they? Oh shit!
Oh God, I'm surrounded. Um, so I've got a few little recurves, which are what's this? A Ridgefire. I don't know. I've just got some like absolute beginner kind of like level recurves that I started out with. I think I've got one, two, three, four, five, six. I've got six bows. God, maths.
We
Four of
all
them
know
recurves, two of them longbow.
the correct amount of bows to have is X plus one, where X is the amount you currently own.
Well, I mean, if I can count my limbs for uh my Black Wolf, I've got seven because I can turn that into a longbow with my DAS limbs from America. Uh, but yeah, no, I've just got a few recurves and a couple longbows. I've got my longbow from when I was a kid, and I've also got like my custom English longbow. That is fucking ginormous.
Wow.
Uh, but that's like in the room next door because I had to hide it from inspectors to go through the house. Uh, but yeah, no, it's like when I got the longbow made, it's like because it's got to be like bigger than me. It's like I'm
Yeah.
6'3". It's like it's fucking gigantic.
So what's
But
going to be 78,
yeah,
79
it's
inches
80.
long?
Hmm?
78, 79 inches long?
I think it's like 83 inches long.
Bloody hell.
It is really fucking big and really awkward to string. But then if you think about it, it's like I've got a 30-inch draw recurve coming to the corner of my mouth. If I'm doing
Yeah.
like going to there, like warbow style, it's like I'm going to be pulling that way further. So it needed to be a bit
I'd say
longer.
I bet you're on, what, 35, 36 inches by the
Fucking
time,
maybe. Like,
if you do the full and bring your hand almost back to your shoulder.
yeah, but it's like my bow at I think it's like at 29 inches, it's 80 pounds, and that's
Wow.
just like heavy anyway. So at
Yeah.
like 34, 35, it's like
That's going to
God,
be ridiculously heavy.
big number. It's going to be a big number. Math sucks. But yeah, it's like I shot English longbow for like a little bit.
Yeah.
But that's when I was like getting back into archery. I was like, oh yeah, I want an English longbow just for like the history of it. Because like, every man had to like own an English longbow. So
Yeah. Had to shoot on a Sunday.
oh yeah, yeah. So I just like I'll embrace the heritage and like just get myself a longbow. But right now my go-to is my oh god, I'm breaking everything tonight. Uh, Yeah, my lovely little black wolf in
So
bronze, which
win,
confuses.
the Black Wolf.
Yeah, win and win. We
Yeah, I
are
remember
with
Grizzly
the
Jim
one.
doing the review of that and saying it was almost too clinical
It's
because he didn't get
soulless. Yeah,
didn't
it's
get the
a
feedback of the others because it was I think he said it was probably the best riser he'd ever shot.
yeah. Well, it is realistically, it's the reason I got a carbon fiber riser because after I like had the strength back in my crooked arm to
Yeah.
pull a bow back, every like I was shooting my Game Master 2. And that's I think it's a magnesium riser,
Yeah.
but that would like rattle the shit out of my arm, and it made it quite painful to shoot.
Yeah.
And I was just like, Jesus Christ! So I was like, okay, metal bows, nah, they're too painful. And I tried wood, and it was like the same experience. So I was like, a little bit fucked that I can't shoot a bow without the vibration of it like rattling me.
Yeah.
My sweet old man, my dad, he was like, "Oh, you could like get to crossbow," and I was like, "No, like not the same." Uh, so yeah, I just looked around and saw the Black Wolf, and then yeah, I watched the Grizzly Jim review, and he's like, "No vibration. What the heck? Did I even shoot? Like, I don't feel it." I
Yeah.
was like, "Bing, purchase." Like, but it's like again, because I'm quite vain and I like how all of my stuff looks.
Yeah.
I was like, everyone and their fucking nan has it in black carbon. So I was like, oh, what's different? Oh, that like sandy kind of like bronze color I really like. 'Cause it kind of reminds me of, the British Army L115 A3 sniper rifle. So it kind of went with
Yes.
the brand. So I was like, we'll go with that. So now everyone thinks it's a Samick Discovery, and I go, no, no, it's the nice one. No, it is carbon fiber. Uh, and then, yeah, I mean, I've gone through so many limbs with my setup. I started out with Black Wolf limbs and for a wood core carbon limb. They're pretty quick, they're very aggressive, they feel good, even at high poundage, like at 45 pounds, like
Yeah.
definitely got some arse behind them. Then I got my Ukas and I was like, okay, these are fucking pre-motion. Like these are unreal. Like these feel so good,
And you just you to walk onto the shooting line and say, "You can call me daddy."
I was just, dude, I like pulled them back from my living room, like when I got them, and I was just like, ooh, like, what? Like, ain't no way. Like
Oh
they,
shit! I just soiled myself there. That good.
yeah. Oh, I creamed my pants. What the fuck?
Call me Mister Moist.
Yeah, that good. You was that good. But yeah, I then got some DAS longboat limbs that are like bamboo fiberglass longboat limb from America,
Yeah.
and they cost about the same as like my Yukas. So I was a bit like,
Wow.
ooh, like $200 limb is now coming in at like 350 to get it in the country. I was like, fucking no,
Yeah.
like
That's a downside of ordering from the States, isn't it?
yeah, but like I actually really enjoy like putting my longbow limbs on it. Like I really like ILF for that. So it's like I can
Yeah.
have whatever bow I want depending on the day, and I'm not going to be in pain shooting it. So if I want to have that kind of like solid wall at the back of my drawer
Yeah.
that I get with a longbow, it's like I just whack those limbs on and have some fun. And because they're in 45 as well, I just use the same arrow set that I use for all my heavy poundage.
Yeah.
But and now, as of recently, I'm now the proud owner of another set of Ukas in 45 pounds. So big boy poundage. I
Yeah.
feel really bad because Simon was like, I DM'd him because he was like, oh, I'm looking to downsize my collection and I've got some high poundage Ukas like going. And I was like, interesting. Like, I'll get back to you. And then like Merlin did the online sale and I was like, I can get these like 260 quid. Bye. Like, so I was just it's like my missus, they got like a new bow, and I got jealous, New bow day, I want new bow day for me. Like,
I
but
think you look at a high-end trad riser and a good set of limbs, and you're almost as expensive as buying a compound, aren't you?
oh yeah, it's like there were some days where like the worms in my brain just be like, oh, what would it be like to get into compound? Because that's like a sniper rifle in archery, and then I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, that's not even like a easy way to get into this without like going through like Amazon Chinesium, just
Yeah.
get like something that's gonna blow up after like 3 shots. Like, what the fuck?
See, Toe Point, the Chinese bow maker, now do a really, really good target bow.
Okay.
I think it's about 1,200 quid. You get the bow. The release is cheap and nasty, but you get
Yeah.
sight, scope, lens, and stabilizers. And
Okay. I
David
mean, if
G
you get like a
shooting
full
one.
package, like from Amazon, it's like, yeah, I can see like the appeal for that because on Reddit, everyone's always like, when do I buy bow? It's
Yeah.
like, don't buy from like everyone always just says like, don't buy from Amazon because it's always like a fucking longbow, like a horrible fiberglass longbow, and it's like buy hunting recurve, 70-pound draw weight, kill deer, like do target, and it's like it's like 20 quid. It's like, nah, that's just like a fucking resin pole that's just
It
been
comes
bent.
and it's actually a 30-pound draw weight, and the arrows that come with it are solid fiberglass and weigh
Yeah,
anywhere from
honestly,
700 to 1100 grains.
I'm not gonna lie, I've really wanna, because like next summer when like the sun returns to England,
Please,
I want to
yes.
get I want to get more into YouTube, and I just really want to buy one of those bows from Amazon and see if I can make it good. Like if I can just like put on a nicer string, like actually build like an arrow set and see if I can do like good scores at like 18-meter with it. Because I think that'd just be so funny. Just like taking a hunk of shit and turn it into gold. I think that'd be
But
sweet.
who? There's a pair of brothers on YouTube. They did it, and they actually put in good scores. And when you look at I mean, the Chinese come up with the cheesiest fucking names ever. Uh, their top end target bow, like I say, the full kit's about 1,200 quid. I think it's the X10 Hero 2. But
I love X10 Hero 2.
the, the Asian archers are putting in phenomenal scores
Yeah.
with it.
Well,
Absolutely phenomenal.
I mean, that's the thing. That's kind of like the thing though with archery. It's like it really doesn't depend on what you're shooting. Like it's not the bow that's doing the work; it's the
It's the
archer.
soggy bit behind it.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's like yeah. I mean, with like the more technical disciplines like compound, it's like if like a grub screw falls out for your wrist and your thing fucked, it's like yeah, you're not gonna have a fun time shooting there.
Oh God, no.
Whereas like stick and string, it's like the limb can like not be seated right, and I can still like shoot like
Yeah.
half as good. I can still shoot like well with it.
Yeah.
Even if I'm like using like absolute fucking dumpster arrows that aren't spined and have like two fletches, like one hanging off. It's like you can still make do with what you're using. Like it's not
Yeah.
like firearm shooting where it's like, oh, how many twists do you have in your rifling? It's like, oh, this doesn't agree well with this ammunition. It's like because that kind of like target precision sport, you can blame the equipment.
Yeah.
Whereas like bow and arrow does thing perfectly. Like, yeah, it's just you know, dude on the other end doing it. So it's like with my bow collection, it's like it doesn't matter if I'm shooting my you know wooden recurve or my black wolf. It's like I'm still shooting the same
Yeah.
with it because it's how I shoot the bow. Like,
Yeah.
but people who seem to think like material equals advantages, like nah, it's just more comfortable for me to shoot. So it's like, I know there's probably like some fucking like bow scientists who is like, actually, like
Yeah.
carbon fiber dissipates vibration at 3 times the wood fiber, so it doesn't affect the shot. There's probably some scientist out there who's like
That
got that
may
kind
be
of
true for the top 0.5% of archers in the world, but for the rest of us mere mortals, aggressive spending doesn't equal big scores. And did you ever
oh yeah, I
see
mean,
videos from archery supplies on YouTube? Stephen Hans in Australia.
yeah,
Like
he's
he said,
like
the more you shoot, the better you get.
yeah, well, yeah, it's just like I am like a firm believer in like if you like your equipment, you're a better archer. Because
Yeah.
it's like if you like what you're shooting, you're gonna have a better time. It's like, yeah, my bow is again it's not like a high-end trad bow. Because it's like if you want like a high-end trad bow, you go to like Bob Lee or get like a custom one from Border or something like that, like where you're dropping like $1,000 on the riser kind of thing.
Oh
But
Lord,
for
yeah.
like little factory made, you know, modern bow with a trad twist. It's
Yeah.
like, it's not cheap. It's like an Oak Ridge like shade or something like that.
Yeah.
You can get like you can get like trad bow risers uh for like as cheap as like 30 quid. It
Yeah.
really doesn't matter what you're shooting. It's just, do you like what you're shooting? I think my bow looks quite cool. So I feel cool when I shoot it. Like
The
it's
sexier
what it
it
is.
looks,
It's
the
like
better you
your
shoot.
compound looks sick. I'm like going ooga booga when I see you
I
do the
only bought
slide
that because it's
videos
got
like
the
going
twin
down it.
cam set up either end. I'd always fancied one.
Yeah, it's just like
But I
plus
shoot my
I
bear
also
better
think
because it's a lot more aggressive and you have to work really, really hard to shoot the bear. Otherwise, it's going to turn around and bitch slap you in the middle of next week.
yeah. Well, I think with like bow taste as well. Again, personal taste. I can't stand the look of competition rigs, bare bow, Olympic recurve, even compound. I think they look
Yeah.
funny
Well,
because
they do.
they've got to be made longer, so they're more forgiving, and they're all in sporty colors like red and blue. I'm just there like that looks. In my personal taste, that looked lame. I like dusty, rugged green and
Yep.
dust color and blackout.
Granite,
I
tombstone,
like the badass colors. The cool
bourbon.
ones. Yeah, yeah. It's just like if you're shooting like a competition and you like neon red, it's like go for it. Like that's what you
Yeah.
like. It's not my personal taste. Like if I had my Black Wolf in like fucking cherry red, probably wouldn't be shooting that. Like I probably really wouldn't want to shoot that. But
That
since it's
colour
like
yours is, it does look super cool. It looks mega cool, doesn't it?
yeah, I dig it. I like how it looks. It's like I don't know. I'm trying to get some like new grip stuff for it because I like the wood because I've
Yeah.
got like see that nice little Arcor grip on this bad boy in
Yeah.
wood. Uh, I would really like a carbon fiber grip. So
Mm.
again,
That'd look
purely
cool.
an aesthetic thing. But
Yeah.
yeah, I'm just trying to get something like that
Um,
uh,
once
on the
I'm back
market.
able to draw my compound, I'm looking at changing the grip on that because most compounds. Hang on. Ah, let me just go and grab this.
uh, Hello, podcast. It is me, the Trad Sniper. How are you guys doing? There we go.
That's me proper cluttering around. This was
Yeah,
the first compound I bought when I got back into archery. Left the shoes rest hanging off my little PSE.
yeah.
You can
Oh, yeah.
see how steep that grip is. Oh, this is
Yeah.
one of my favourite camos. It was called, what was it, Skull Camo? Don't know if it'll focus on it. Just
Yeah,
deer
no, I can
skulls
come
on
to
it.
that.
But when I draw, that is I've got a medium grip,
Yeah.
almost at 45 degrees, and compounds all come in with that steep grip.
But that's kind of like normal though, because it's like with a compound, it's like you're anchoring quite high because where you have your release hand, it's quite high up on your face, isn't it?
Yeah. Uh,
Because it's like, again, I'm not a fucking scientist or a physicist or even that good of an archer, but it's like a high grip is better if you have a low anchor,
yeah.
whereas if you have a high anchor, low grip. So that's why all my bows are in low grip. Because when I first got I've got it right here. I'll just whip it out because it's like all
And
my
your
wood
bow.
bows are high grip. But then my Game Master was the first bow that had a compound, like low grip. And I
Is it?
fell in love
Yeah.
with that.
See, my
I get
trad bow is a good old black hunter, but
yeah.
that that is really nice to me. That grip and the fact it's
That's kind of
contoured.
like a medium, yeah,
Yeah,
about a
that
medium grip.
that fits beautifully in my hand. So I might have to
Yeah.
have a look at trying to make something for my compounds. My bear's got a very similar grip that you can add onto it,
Yeah.
but that
Okay.
grip I absolutely love.
Yeah.
The
I just really
wood,
like low grips. They just feel a lot more comfortable for me. Even especially with like higher draw weights as well. Like it just feels a lot
yeah,
more stable. I don't know why. Again, if some like physicist can tell me why I like that, let me know on DMs. Um, but yeah, no, it's just like back to my bow setup. It's like yeah, I'm always like trying different things. It's like when I made Frankenbow, I tried like barebow like a couple of years ago, but I didn't want to buy a barebow riser because I don't you know, don't like them. I think they
Yeah.
look a bit weird. I just put like an elevated rest and a plunger on my bow and just did a tiny bit of string walking because with a short 62-inch bow, you can't really do string walking.
Yeah.
Uh, but then I started trying out things. I made like a elevated shelf that I could like glue onto like my bow and tried that out. And you know, I was just trying out different things. So I know you 3D printed some what was it? It's like sun visor for your
Oh,
compound scope.
Mark did that for me. Yeah. So if you want to buy the Axel ones, it's like 40 quid an end, and they're just
Yeah, just fit back
circle
to
you put on and just a little shade on.
yeah,
Mark 3D printed those, and the back one, he actually started with a fluorescent green, no,
yeah.
flow yellow, which creates the peep ring on the back of the sight, and they're fantastic.
Okay.
Really,
Yeah,
really good.
no. I mean, I do really like it when people just like make their own stuff,
Yeah.
like
I was
for their hobby. I
talking,
find that
got
cool.
to be last year before last to Mark, and both of us had got a few broken arrows. I said,
Yeah.
I don't biter, and I've got one actually for my that Si gave me. They're stabilizers that are three rods that just go through.
Okay, so you're using arrow shafts as the rods.
That's it. We did.
That's badass. No, that's
Uh,
cool. That's some like,
he
you know,
3D
MacGyver level
printed,
like
3D
jury
printed
like
these little triangular bits with holes in, and
yeah.
you drop your arrow shafts to use them as the stabilizer.
Yeah, that's sweet. That's badass. That's you know, ingenuity
Oh,
at its finest like
Mark's
that.
brilliant at
Super
stuff like
cool.
that with a 3D printer because
Yeah, no,
the
it's just like
sunshades he made for mine were built for the AV41, which is the
yeah.
scope I use. He'd got a different size scope. He got two different size scopes, one bigger, one smaller. So he just scaled them up and scaled them down and
Oh,
made them for his as well.
yeah, awesome. Yeah, what a hero. That's
Oh God,
badass.
yeah. You know what? I've tried shifting my boom round tonight, and hang on, it's bloody awful.
Bang, gonna
Of
hit it
course.
again.
Yep. Shit. Hang on. No, I thought I'd just fetched it off the desk then.
No, no, no.
Oh, we did that when we did the Saturday Spectacular Raw and Uncut down at Hybrid. Jake kept messing with it and just completely dismantled the mic boom.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. Yeah, no. Uh,
That was a night
yeah,
and a
I
half.
mean,
That was just totally out of control. Hang on. All right.
like, how's my audio through like computer? Like, do I sound like a little robot boy? Or like
Not too bad
do
actually.
I sound like a human?
When I bought the setup for this, I was using. God, it got to be 2012. No, it was before. About 2008, I bought the microphone. I paid 15 quid for it from Hard to Find Records,
Oh, yeah, no,
Birmingham.
fair enough. I mean,
And then these are Behringer microphones. I think I paid 19. I bought four of them, paid
yeah.
19 quid each from, what was it? Bex Audio, somewhere over
Yeah.
in your neck of the woods, I think. But
Okay.
I tend to go deep down the YouTube looking for reviews. And there's a guy that, oh God, Bandrew. He's his channel name, I think, is Bandrew, and he
Yeah.
gets sent mics by so many companies. You know, he'll test
Okay.
£3,000 microphones and £10
Yeah.
microphones, and these got really, really good reviews. So I thought, right, I'll buy four of them then.
Well, that's the thing. It's like I just bought like a cheap, shitty little lapel mic for like a tenner on like
Yeah,
Amazon, so I could like uh not sound like echoey and like horrible. Oh
yeah.
fuck! I could have used that tonight. Oh god.
Well,
Oh
when I
fuck!
went
I just
live
sound like a
earlier,
robot man for like
when I went
200.
live earlier with Rob, I'd got we'd each got a wireless lav mic on. I don't know what the audio was like, whether it was any good,
Yeah.
but I paid 18 quid for the two mics and the unit to plug in the bottom of my phone.
Yeah. I think might be the same one I have. Might be the same one I have.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's like I
when
use
you're
it
out and
like
about, it's brilliant, especially the fact that like you can walk away from the phone and you don't get that drop
yeah.
in volume on your audio. That's what I really like about them.
Yeah, no, so I used a little lapel mic to do that sound test with my arrows like the other week, and
That was
it's like,
fantastic.
oh, they sound fucking cool. It's like when because I built them, uh, yeah, it's like my arrow. Yeah, well, quickly go with my arrow setup for my trad gear. I shoot gold tip traditionals, 100 grains up front, 80 if they're my long range arrows, but yeah, they're either 32 inch or 30 inch. And
Yeah.
I have fletchings, uh, new profile I'm trying out. Again, it's like when I was like Googling different profiles of fletches, it's really just like parabolic, shield cut. Pope and Young cut looks pretty badass. I do like the look of those.
Oh, I haven't seen
And
the
then
Pope
like
and Young coming.
Elvin. It's like Elven cut from like Lord of the Rings that I see are pretty popular, but it's just like there weren't any in the cut I wanted because I like the
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
triangle.
Yeah. I'm getting a semi already looking at those things. They are so fucking sexy.
But I think you messaged me and you're like, that looks like a tank vein. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, and I was just like, oh, they've already been done by like, again, so many different fletch types for like compound.
Yeah.
Trad, there's not really that many, even though it's like a simple shape. Like when I was making my fletchings, the way I make them is I just made a load of little PVC templates that I could just run like a card cutter through. So it's like I
Yeah.
made that, which apparently looks like someone else's
That one.
like
The
fletching type.
DCA Super Saber vein.
Yeah, yeah. It's like I had so many people be like, that exists already. And I was just there like, I'm not a compound shooter. I don't fucking know. Like, what are you talking about? And everyone's like, you're trying to reinvent the wheel. It's like, I don't fucking know what a wheel looks like. It's like, I don't
No, I'm
know.
just trying to make the sexiest fucking wheel possible.
Yeah, so that's the
The one that looks
little
like a tack vein.
yeah, so it's just like, but you can't get like that shape for feathers
No.
anyway. It's like you get parabolic or you get shield.
Yeah.
Pick do. It's
What
like,
I love about feathers is the possibilities are endless because you can cut them
well,
yourself.
yeah, that's exactly it. So I just bought like a big pack of like full like 12-inch dyed turkey feathers,
Yeah.
and I just started trying out different templates. And it wasn't I wasn't being like a like arrowologist trying to find like the most effective stabilization and I'm not like aerodynamics. Like I wasn't doing anything crazy like that. I just
Yeah.
wanted them to look cool. uh
That's it. They have to
again,
look sexy, and the sexier they look, the better you shoot. It's a
yeah,
well-known fact.
that's the rule. But it's like if you've been like anyone who's been like following like my page on Instagram for like ages, it's like you'll see I changed my fletchings like
Yeah.
fucking monthly. It's like I've tried splicing. I do really like the look of all white. So like just like white knot, white wrap, white
Yeah.
fletches. But everyone in their fucking nan has that, so I don't want them anymore. Because it's like having nice stuff is like I think it's humans are definitely like an exclusivity kind of like creature
Yes.
because it's like if you buy a really nice fancy car, the last thing you want to see driving out of the parking lot is someone in the same fucking car. Like,
Oh,
so it's like bows
you
and
can
shit, right?
guarantee that you'll buy a car that you've never seen anybody else driving, and as soon as you come off the front of the garage with it,
Yeah,
every other car's one of those.
yeah, exactly. And it's just like humans are like exclusive. It's like again, nothing against Border, but it's like I find it a bit cringe that like the Facebook group for Border, like you can only get in by entering your serial number for your bow. It's
Oh
like
my God.
it's just like brothers, my brothers in Christ, like what are you doing? But I get it, because humans are exclusivity. We like being in our cliques. We like our clubs.
I
That's
would
just
give
how
you
we
my
are.
border limb number, but I can't read it because it's where it exploded.
I am the worst shooter ever, but I own a border, so let me in. Like, but again,
Yeah,
it's like I just wanted to try out new Fletchers because I thought they looked cool. And I watched Grizzly Jim's Helical video that he did recently for Merlin.
yeah,
I think it was like, I say recently, I think it was like 2 years ago.
yeah.
Uh, but in his video, he was like, you cannot do this with any other jig. You've got to use like a Boning Pro, I think it was, Boning Pro with a helical jig. So I right off the bat was like, I want that, I need that. So I hop on a Merlin, go into like fletching jigs, see it's like 30 quid for the jig and another 15 for the clamp. And I'm a cheap bastard anyway. So I went,
Same here.
ah, nah, dog. Like I've got my absolute primo 20 quid fletching jig from Amazon. It's a little cartel and I love it. But you don't need like fancy like kit like that to do
Yeah.
stuff because it's like, yeah, with this is gonna not be as good as Instagram. Go to Instagram to see the cool version. But it's like I did this insane level of helical with a clamp that said it was impossible. Like, yeah, they're pretty nutty looking, but I've got
When you put the video up of those, I've got to admit it's one of the easiest wanks I've ever had.
yeah. Yeah, no, I love them, but it's like the first time I was shooting them, I was like, Jesus Christ, they're noisy. Like, because for different distances, I have like different size fletches. So
Yeah.
it's like, and people say like, well, why have you done that? And it's like, if my bow
Because
is,
I can.
well, yeah, number one, I can. Number two, I'm curious, but it's just like, if I'm shooting 18 meters, and my bow's going like 220 FPS,
Yeah.
that's going to be that's going to get to the target, and it's not going to have time to stabilize. If I'm using little skinny ones, and
Yeah.
it's like I haven't done like the best arrow tune ever because again, I'm not really that good at it. It's something I'm still learning, but it's best set I've made. Not best set in the world, not by a long shot, but it's the best set I made.
They look
Um,
phenomenal.
but yeah, it's just like I just applied just a little bit of science. I was like, okay, the thing bigger and spinning faster mean it lose energy quicker, and that will mean it stabilize faster.
That's
And yeah,
I bet they're
they're actually,
stabilised by 5 or 6 yards out the bow, aren't they?
huh?
Bet they're stabilised by the time they're just 5 or 6 yards out the bow.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like on the video, you see him just like fucking, just like spinning. You see him spinning like out of the bow, and it's just like, whoa, like okay. But it's just like, yeah, I don't have like that much helical on my long range ones because I don't want them to spin that
Yeah.
much. So it's just like just applying a little bit of basic science to each arrow I do. It's like because when I tried using uh my 18 meter, the big boys, the big
Yeah.
fletchers, when I tried using that at 30 meters, they were like they just get farted out and just fucking fall to the ground. And I'm like, what the hell happened there? Like, what the fuck?
Get
Like,
just past 20 and then drop like a lemon off a
yeah,
cliff.
literally, it was just like just a little nosedive. I was like, no way. It's like, yeah, I mean, plus it was fun to do. Like, I like fletching because I find it really relaxing. Because I remember you DM'd me like ages ago, and you're like, "Oh, here's a jig that can do all three at once." It's like I don't want that. I want to do it each fletch because I like it. I glue a fletch. I watch some TV. I then concentrate on the arrow. I do the next fletch. I watch some more TV. It's a relaxing experience, and it's kind of archery related.
Yeah.
So it's just a fun thing to do and easy to get into.
Oh,
Plus, I
I love fletching,
say
but
the
I do
killing
like me
arrows.
triple jig. But then now,
Yeah,
I mean, the steps into building the arrows. It's cut them, weigh them, square them, score the insides, uh,
yeah.
get the pin bushing in, get the knock. So now, before I get the pin bushing in, point in each end and uh, first bend flex them. So
Yeah.
I've got
Yeah,
a sash clamp for that. I just
yeah,
love
fucking
building
come home
arrows.
like fucking what the fuck are you doing?
I
Like
lo-
some kind of
first bend index finger is
spaceman testing of
fantastic.
arrow. Like what the hell? Like again, it's like I'm like I'm a simple little guy. I shoot two sticks and a string. So
Oh,
I just make
I'm not like
arrow.
I'm a distinctly average shot. I just want to know the mistakes that I make. Bad shots are down to me, not the arrows. So I want the arrows to be perfect. So I do know that's me being a shit shot, not a bad
Yeah.
arrow.
But dude, it's like archery is just like big learning experience because
Oh,
like when
it
I
is.
first got my jig, I didn't, I'm not like an expert on like fletching. I didn't even know that my jig was set up for the way it's got like two grub screws in it. It's set up
Yeah,
for 3 and 4 fletch.
yeah.
So you're meant to unwind the grub screw that you don't want to like let it do 3 or 4.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I had both of them wound all the way in, how it came. So my arrow had like I don't even know how to describe that. It's like if that's like the knock onwards, it had like two places like here
Oh
and
wow.
like one there. And I was like, what the hell is this? Because it was turning like each turn, oh God, like each turn is for that like increment,
Yeah.
Like it was doing for both increments. So it was going for
Oh, so
three to
first
four,
first one you
three to
went.
four.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it just like fucked my arrows. And like I was like a little idiot, so I like super glued them on, and I was like, "Oh no!" Like, so that's why I use wraps as well, because wraps, I could just peel the whole thing off and not have to just sit there scraping and using
Yeah.
like nail polish remover to get the glue off a carbon shaft, and then everyone on the internet calls me stupid because I put acetone on like carbon fiber, and that's gonna like explode in my face now. It's
No,
like
it's not. I use
it's a
acetone on
learning
all of
process,
mine.
dude.
Just keep the acetone off your knocks. Of course, a lot of knocks are polycarbonate, and the acetone will attack the knocks.
Oh yeah, so I always take like knocks out of my
Yeah,
right
but
boom.
I've always used acetone. I ordered some isopropyl alcohol just before Christmas to try
Yeah,
that,
it's a
and
pro for
it
that.
didn't turn up on the date, so it was then due to arrive 3 weeks later. So I cancelled the order and
Yeah,
spoke to Anthony Conte, and he said the only problem with the isopropyl is it won't fetch the glue off like the acetone did. So
yeah.
I'm just back using acetone. I've never had a problem with
But
it.
yeah, it's not my ex would always be like, "Why is there a little black like flecks like in my nail polish?" And I've just been there, just, like dunking my arrows and like, "Oh, I don't know, babe. Like, I don't know what the fuck.
I used
What
to
me?"
use nail varnish remover, but I stopped using that because apparently, as well as
Oh,
acetone,
Jesus Christ.
they've
Oh,
got they've got some oils in there to look after your nails.
yeah,
And of course, last thing you want with glue is oil. So I
yeah,
go onto either Amazon or eBay and buy a litre of pure acetone for a fiver.
yeah. Okay. I mean, I just use wraps now because it's like an example. I like again the vein in me. It's like I like how I can
Yeah.
have my little logo and my little handle on my arrow, and it looks cool, and I can have any kind of like design I want, so I can have them in like carbon fiber. Uh, yeah, these were made by Arrow Socks. If you're in the UK and you want wraps that look really cool, go to Arrow Socks. They are badass,
See,
and they are
I
very
just use plain wraps. I used to have uh, their neon wraps, and then
yeah,
I'd got some 5 mil arrows, messaged them and said, "What size wrap do I need?" They said, "Well, you can either buy a standard one and cut it down yourself, or you can
yeah,
pay us extra to make one the right width." And I thought, well, fuck that for a game of soldiers. Went into Hobbycraft, bought a cheap £6 cutter and 10
yeah,
A4 sheets of the same vinyl they use and make my own.
yeah.
And for the price of a
Well, I
second,
mean, yeah, if you're just doing like a plain,
yeah,
plain wrap, like yeah, you can go that way. I mean, I wanted to when I made like a Boba Fett themed arrow like years
oh
ago, and I
wow,
wanted like green, like that kind of like army green
yeah,
wrap, but I couldn't find it on through like boning or Bear or
yeah,
on like on archery. So I was like, fuck it, I was just like go on Amazon, found some within like 5 seconds, ordered them. Let's say they like turn up, I peel them off, and they're like made of metal, and I was
oh
like, what
lord,
the fuck are these? It was like tin foil with like glue in it. And I was just like,
ghetto wraps.
oh. I honestly, I was just like, what the fuck are these? They're
If,
probably still killing him with draw, but I was just like, oh my god, like I'm never gonna cheap out on
if I
like
wanted custom
that stuff
printed
again.
ones, I'd go straight to Arrow Socks. But
Oh yeah, it's
because I just like my plain ones, and I used to love my flow yellow, my flow green uh, setups.
yeah.
The only reason I've got a white wrap and flow green veins on that one is I'm out of the white X3 veins. I'd only got flow green left just to have a play with, so I thought, right. But I do like
Again, that's like
white.
a normal color for like NFAS shooting because it's like when I used to shoot NFAS, I shoot bright red with like a red flannel like print wrap.
Yeah.
So it matched my outfit and my attire of the day, but it was just like
Mm.
easy to see in the woods. It's like whenever I post pictures of my arrows, people always go like, "Wow, this is so stupid," because you're not going to see that anywhere. And it's like, my dude, I shoot flat range. I can see that sticking out of the yellow dot. Like, what are you talking about? It's
Yeah.
like black shows up in yellow, but yeah, if I send them in the woods, I'm never seeing them again. I get it. I get it. I don't shoot them out in the woods. I shoot them on a big green field. Like,
There's a couple of guys in EFA insist
yeah,
on using black veins so nobody else can see their arrow in the target when they're in the 3Ds.
that's pretty smart though, because it's like if you're like a bit of like a badass shooter and someone's going to try and like bust your knocks,
Oh yeah.
yeah, I get it. Like that's pretty. That's like that's big brain. My brain went there when I was doing that. I did have someone be like, when I first like did blank fletchings like ever, they were like, yes, like I think he's doing it. So when he's shooting blank bail at like little white dogs, if I'm doing blank bail training, I'm just shooting
Yeah.
at a pin. He's like, oh yes, it's so he can't see his arrow and adjust for where that last arrow left, so he can like be more accurate. So he
Yeah.
knows exactly like if he's accurate or if he's accounting for it. And I was just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like,
They
I'm
just
doing
look
it for the
really,
ring.
really cool.
Yeah, yeah. Again, it's like I've had people don't know what they're looking at. It's like I've had some people be like, "How did you 3D print that?" And I say, "What?" And they're like, "That is a 3D printed flash." I'm like, "It's a black feather," and they're like, "No, it's not." And it's like, "What are you talking about?" It's just like it's a black turkey feather. So I'm not like in a lab like really printing feathers. What? Like, honestly, it's like some people are just like people who just like answer my questions for me. It's just like someone will be like, "What bow is he using?" And they'll like someone will be like, I know," and it's just like that's not right. I do not shoot a Samick Discovery with Samick Discovery limbs. Like,
Oh God, that must be like a kick in the bollocks.
dude, I once posted a picture of a bow on Reddit, and someone told me I strung it wrong, and I was just like, "Excuse me," and they were like, "Your limbs like are not correct. Like you have gone for too long of a string because your limbs have bent too much." And I'm just like, "They're built that way. Like, what are
They're
you talking?"
super
And they're just like,
recurve
"Oh, I've been
limbs.
shooting 1 month, so I know what I'm talking about." It's like, dude, I've been shooting 16 years. Like, shut up. Like, don't tell me my bow's wrong. What are you doing? It's like,
Was he sitting in his mom's basement when he was typing that?
dude, it's like, I like Reddit. I'm a young dude, so I do like Reddit, but everyone's so nasty on there. It's not. I don't care saying it. It's not a nice community.
You know
Like,
what it is? When Elon Musk bought Twitter, all the trolls moved from Twitter onto Reddit.
again, I don't set foot in that cursed land of Twitter. Again, it's nothing I like on Twitter, but it's like
Well, I had a massive
Reddit is just
clean
like,
out. I had a massive clean out of who I followed on Twitter, and then
yeah,
anybody wanted to follow, I looked through the post and interactions, and if they were negative, I didn't bother following them.
yeah.
It's
I
positive
mean,
people only, thank you.
I don't really care if someone's like negative like towards me, because it's like when I had like my big blow up, like was it a couple of weeks ago now? It's like, yeah, I wasn't ready for like the amount of people just like commenting like on all my stuff, but I was just like, I get like some comments and people are like, "Oh, this guy's sky drawing. Like this would be impressive if he wasn't sky drawing," and it's like, I'm not. Like, what are you talking about? And it's just like, it's like. dude, like, shut up. You're just saying weird, mean stuff because you're jealous. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
what the
I'm
hell? Like,
so
yeah, so
glad.
I raise my arm like that before I come in. It's like, I'm not like, about to assassinate the French. It's like, what are you, eh?
I am so glad that post blew up though. Of course, you put out such incredible stuff on Instagram.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, it's just like recently I've been like just trying out more weird stuff, like, because I do like editing some of like my pictures and everything,
Yeah,
like because like I'm a video gamer. I play video games. My
yeah.
university degree is in video game design.
Talking about
Uh,
your mum's basement.
yeah. I'm playing games in my living room. Thank you very much. My living room in the flat I rent. You know, the rent. Oh, fuck the flat I rent. Like, yeah, but yeah, no, it's I love video games. So a lot of like my like cultural like points of like recognition is like, can I morph this? I like this from this video game. Can I morph this? So it's like little item stats and everything.
Yeah,
Yeah, I like merging some of my other interests into my archery, and I'm just like playing around with that more. Uh, but yeah, I just post some weird stuff sometimes, but it's just like, yeah, I was on a little bit of a crusade for, arrow making, just
yeah,
because it's something I'm not very good at. And I thought, okay, can I get kind of good at it? Yeah, it's the posts you don't expect to blow up
yeah.
that do the numbers. Because I did like, there's a video, I'm pretty sure it's pinned to the top of my page, where it's like from 30 meters, I like dead-eyed a fucking skull target. This skull target, I shot in the fucking nose in one shot.
Nice. I have
Yeah,
not seen
check
that
it
one.
out.
I'll have to have a look at
Check it
that.
out. It's pinned at the top of my account, I'm pretty sure. Uh, and I thought that was gonna like do numbers because it's like that's some sniper energy with a
Yeah.
trad bow. Hell yeah, like this is gonna do numbers. Nah, no, dude. People like spinning arrow with some lo-fi beat. And I
There
literally
is
posted that.
something about the flight of the arrow. It really is mystical.
Well, dude, it's just like the video where I'm just like doing that. Like I
Yeah,
thought I just posted that just like show it off. Like, oh, this is the final of like my arrow design. Like,
yeah.
ta-da. So I posted that thinking nothing of it. And I woke up and like my phone just like blew up in my hand. It's just like Instagram does this thing where it's like if you get like more than like 100 like likes or anything, it just says like 100 in everything. And
Yeah,
I was just like, what the fuck has happened? And then it's like yeah, because it's like I was on like 2K followers or something,
yeah.
and 7,000, and I was just like, what the fuck is this? And that reel is now on like 1.2 million views, and I was
It
just like,
needs that one video because I think once you get above a certain number of likes, it starts introducing it into more people's feed,
well,
doesn't it?
that's the thing. It's like I had a lot of non-archers, just like because I had a lot of people being like, "How did you do this?" Like that's a lot of like people who know what helical twist is on
Yeah,
an arrow. But then it just kind of bled into people outside of archery, and they're like, "What is this? Like, would that not work? Like, this looks weird." And it's just like, well, it's meant to look like that because I've designed it that way.
yeah,
But it's just like it was pretty crazy because it's like I'm just a little dude in a little community in a little town in a little country.
yeah.
Like, I'm not even that good at archery, and it's just like I've become like a overnight like sensation. And now I've got like all my like trad buddies like trying out helical, and I love to see that. Like, if you do helical, send it to me. I've got a little tutorial on how to do it with cheap equipment that shouldn't do it. So check it out if you like that thing. But again, it's just like little things in the community like that. It's just been so wild to see.
Yeah.
It's honestly been like, ooh, I'm not even like that cool. I'm just like a little 25-year-old guy. What the hell? Um,
See,
yeah.
before this whole thing with this trapped nerve and not being able to pull the skin off a rice pudding. Good
Yeah,
old David
yeah.
G was trying to. I tell you what, I'm so glad I went right-handed, not left. Good old Davy G.
You would be so done, dude. Like, done.
Davy G was trying to talk me into shooting the EFA Indoor Nationals this year.
Okay.
It's 4 or 5 weeks away.
Yeah.
And when I was talking to Simon about your fletchings, he said, "Yeah, I've been talking to him about them." And the
Yeah,
plan,
no, he sent me a little speech of his. But again, it's like everyone else's helical has never like been as extreme as mine.
yeah.
It's because like I did have to like freehand like half of it. But it's like, it's like it's definitely eye catching, but fuck me, the noise they make, it's
Oh
like the
God,
first
that
time
was fantastic. You should try doing them with pheasant feathers. Like I say, there's a guy at Paget used to shoot pheasant feathers, and even on a straight fletch, as I left the bow and went down the range, it's just like a sound really loud. And I thought that
yeah.
with that helical, it'd sound like a doodle bug coming in. It'd sound like a freaking V1 coming.
Well, it's like Arthur said, like, I want to see them with like some whistling points, and it's like I need to like
Oh,
order that because I reckon with like how quickly it's spinning, with how fast it's going,
yeah.
it's gonna sound like a screaming banshee or something. Like it's gonna sound the same. Can I use those at competition? Like put fear into the hearts of my opposition.
Right, those feathers are going to do that. You walk up on the shooting line.
Dude, the first time I shot them, it went vroom, like just out, and everyone just looked at me, and I just said like, I was like, I'm just as surprised as you. I didn't think they were going to make that noise.
Oh yeah, I mean, my little blazer veins, the X3s, as I showed you, just the green on the white wrap, they're almost
Yeah,
silent. The blazers, because they're a higher profile, they're a lot noisier going down with a helical on them. They're not too bad on the
yeah.
straight, but with a 3-degree helical, they make a noise.
Oh, that's another thing. Everyone was asking me like, what degree have you done helical? I'm like, I don't know.
Extreme.
I don't know. Big is big a degree? Like,
Yeah.
again, I'm not one of these archers that like has all the numbers or the science or like the know-how. I'm literally just like I'm just a big kid just
I
trying to
only
have
know mine are a 3-degree because that's what Bonin say the helical is on that
oh
particular arm for the jig. It's a
okay.
3-degree
Yeah.
helical.
Yeah, it's just like I just like freehand them. It's like someone DM me like a load of like math questions, and I was just like, I don't know what you're talking about, and I don't know how to work it out either. So I just said to him like, if you want to work it out, like go ahead, like you
I
have a
got
big
them. They look really cool. I'm happy.
yeah. Like, I mean, so many people just get so upset about like he's just doing this to look cool. What the heck? I got accused of like being a what was it? Being a gatekeeper in archery. Because I went on to Reddit and I
If you were a
posted,
gatekeeper, you wouldn't have shown folks how to fucking do it.
yeah, I did two tutorials showing my secrets because the amount of fucking people that were like, hey dude, like I'll send you money if you make some of these for me. Dude, I can make a killing. Like the amount of DMs I got overnight of people saying me want to buy, where can I buy? And I said, hold on, dude, I'm doing a tutorial today. You can do it yourself, and I won't charge you like loads of money. It's like if I was a gatekeeper, I would have said like, yeah, fucking open that wallet, buddy. Like pay
Yeah.
out.
How much is in
Like,
your wallet? Give me a credit card number now.
yeah. But someone said I was gatekeeping because I said like I think I captioned the post like cringe or cool. And just as like, because the best way to like grow online is just interact.
Yeah.
Like I've had so many like new archers like who want to get into like the like insta archery kind of like
Yeah.
gang, because I was that guy as well. I was like looking up, being like, oh, I want to be with them, I want to be with the big dogs,
Yeah.
and it's just like you just talk to them because they are just like regular people. Because it's like, oh God, I hope he hope he doesn't hear this. I used to be like a big like Grizzly Jim followed me, like,
Yeah.
and then it's just like he comments on my like on a post. I'm just like, everyone wants to like, rub shoulders with like people they've seen online for like years because it's like I've been,
Oh God,
this
yeah.
Grizzly Jim Sim for like my entire archery career. You know, and now he follows me. He's gonna unfollow me now. He's gonna, do me dirty. Fuck, I ruined it. Oh, I take it back. I take it back. But it's just like, yeah, people always ask me that, like, how do you grow like so quickly? And it's like, show interest, talk to other archers, because like, that's how you get like
Yeah,
better at archery. Talk to someone better than you, and just be yourself and just be interested. Just be a bit interesting. It's like,
yeah.
I'm not a maniac, but I will make some crazy looking arrows. It's just like,
I've got to
you know,
say they are the coolest arrows I've ever seen. Like I say,
thank you, man.
when I'd
Designed them
initially
that way.
planned to shoot the EFA Indoor Nationals, I was going to pop over to Simon's and get him to help me
Yeah.
put together a set of indoor arrows with those fletchings on.
Hell yeah. Yeah, no, it's like I'm traditionally trained as an artist, so I did like concept art for
Oh wow!
like how I was going to make it. So it's just like little things like that in the design work are really,
Yeah,
because it's like when I'm at work, it's on a lunch break. Oh, I was making a load of little templates in 3 inch, in 4.5 inch, and 6 inch,
wow!
and then I'd like do drawings and just like try and work it out
Yeah,
that way. So it's just like, yeah, I put a lot of work into them. So I'm glad, a lot of people, 1.2 million people saw them, and put me on the map a little bit.
you know that
Like that, it's just like insane.
seeing you twisting your moustache. You should do a video of them slow rotating, then just give it the
Yeah.
afterwards.
You Dali.
That would look
Oh
so
no, I just want it to
good.
stay like fucking recurved because it's, my mustache matches my bow, super recurved. It's just like, I, dude, I've never like had like facial hair up until like now. It's like I've always grown. Like I grew like a mustache like last year for Movember, and
Yeah.
it's like did it for like a funny Ren Fest like this year, just like because I was like, I'm gonna look like a little peasant. I'm just gonna like, shave a month up to it, and then I just grew like ombre kind of like mustache, and I was like, oh fuck, like oh god, no.
Like
It's just like,
one of my lads mates, he by the time he was like 21, he could grow the most incredible moustache and beard.
oh, dude,
And
my best friend, he's just had like a beard since he was like fucking 10. Like, I can't remember the last time I saw his like a fucking chin.
yeah,
Like he's just always had a beard. Like, everyone's got a mate like that, though. Everyone's got a mate like
yeah.
that.
And when the whole beard craze suddenly re-exploded with the hipsters, Luke's mate actually got
Yeah.
picked up as a beard model, and he
Oh,
made
Jesus. Yeah,
so
I do kind of look like
much
a hipster now, don't
money.
I?
Oh God, yeah. I mean, he got the full long twisted moustache,
Yeah.
the beard halfway down to his navel, perfectly sculpted. He made an absolute fortune as a beard model.
That's insane.
But
Got links, a guy with a half cool mustache, a pilot mustache, I don't know, I can look like a hipster now with like a fucking plaid shirt and mustache and like
you can't look like
greased
a
hair.
hipster. You've got a personality.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It's like that's always been like the meme in like the trad community. It's like not a trad archer unless wearing the plaid and sporting some facial fluff. That's like the whole meme. But if I look like Robin Hood, maybe I shoot like him too.
The Patrick
You know,
Bergen. Actually, you don't look dissimilar to Patrick Bergen, do you?
don't know who that is. Like,
He played. He was either the one immediately after or the one immediately before Costner played Robin Hood.
okay, I only know of like was it
And he also
Errol
played in
Flynn,
Sleeping
dude
with
from
the Enemy.
Kingsman. He was Robin Hood recently in like 2018.
Oh
Uh,
God. Everybody, archers hated that film because they had to pick apart the archery. I loved it.
oh,
I,
dude, no, no, no. You cannot enjoy archery in film. No one.
I
But
don't
like
give a
again,
shit.
it's just
The
like
film just got to entertain me and make me smile. That's it.
well, that's the thing. It's just like I don't know what it is about like archery community, but it's just like I never see gun dudes being like, John Wick fired 13 shots out of that gun that only holds 11 with one in the chamber. Like, this is bullshit. Like, you never see that. You see, like, oh, like,
All
Keanu Reeves
shooting,
did training.
dude.
That's badass, you know.
Yeah.
With the archery people, they're like, Hawkeye's wearing two biter arm guards. Like, what the fuck? And his, form stinks. And it's just like, well,
I
yeah,
think
it's like,
some of them are so insecure in their own archery. The only way they can feel better is by
pick
criticizing
apart the mountains.
everybody else. Thank God,
That's the thing. It's just
I
like,
grew up with John Wayne westerns where
yeah.
they their revolvers were like revolvers in early video games. They had limitless ammunition. They'd be standing there with a 6 shooter in each
Bang, bang,
hand,
bang.
never reload, and suddenly
Yeah,
there'd be
yeah, it's like that's
1,700
it.
enemy dead.
Shooter, seven. The hell, But again, it's just like I think it's just like disputed. Like the best archery in film is from Brave, and that's just because like the animators really dissected what was going on.
Yeah,
Because when you have to sit down and animate it, it's got to look good because you've got to put that effort in because you're
yeah.
making it. Whereas actor is like, oh, bow and arrow, pull arrow back, like that's it. So it's just like no wonder a fucking actor who doesn't want to do lessons, doesn't look like they're shooting well. Plus, it's like, how do you make archery look cool in a film? Because it's,
Do
when
it
you
with
got,
mega helical feathers and a pilot moustache.
yeah, it's like say I'm like a famous like hot dude from like fucking Hollywood. You don't want like big feather like covering face, or like even like doing some of the barebow anchors where you're like, "Urgh," like proper like grabbing into your gums. It's like it don't look cool. Like, it does not look cool. Or if you like drawing the chairs like bam, that does look sick.
Middle-aged
Like,
fat
it's all
bloke
about
running
looking good.
around the woods pretending he's 12 again.
Yeah, yeah, man. Oh God, I
Yeah, you
love
get to
that
run
film.
around the woods shooting rubber animals with bows, arrows, and a big knife strapped to your back. There's nothing cooler than
Yeah.
that.
Oh yeah, just like going out to woods with big knife, cutting down tree. But I don't know. People in the arts community can get very pedantic with things. It's like if I shot like an apple off like a target, like if I shot apple off Skull's head and went, oh, William Tell shot. Hell yeah, wasn't that badass? I'd have like 15 people go, William Tell used crossbow and you were using a bow. And it's like,
Oh
shut the
God, yeah.
fuck up. Like,
I know that
gone.
same
I'm
that
just out here to chill
same
out.
Facebook page we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Uh, if they say if you're new to archery and somebody posts something a bit fun on there, you get the professionally offended brigade, and you think,
Not safe.
how is this going to bring new people into the sport? I mean, it's a sport that is growing old. And if
Yeah.
all you
Well,
see
that's the
is
thing. It's
people
like,
being shot down for having some fun. I don't know if you saw the one where one of the warbow guys was shooting in his garden, and
okay.
behind his garden there's a shit ton of fields. And if you,
Yeah.
I presume, having shot the heavier warbows, you'll know about they do tend to sky draw with a rolling
Yeah,
shoulder.
you got a sky draw because it engages your muscles in your
Yeah,
back. You
and
really get
they
some full body
pulled him
work.
to pieces on there.
You're
Ah,
sky drawing, you're going to shoot like someone walking a dog in that field.
yeah.
So,
Well, there's like 100
yeah,
yards of brambles behind his back fence, and then all this farmer's fields. There's nobody there. If
yeah.
you're stupid enough to walk through a 6 foot high patch of brambles, you deserve to get bloody shot anyway.
Yeah, but it's just like,
But
again, it's
the
like,
way the warbow community rallied round him, I mean, the one guy commented, "I'm a coach. I know everything you're doing wrong." That old
yeah,
chestnut. And he said, "I've also shot warbows. I know the guy. And the
yeah,
heaviest he's shot is a 40-pound fucking recurve. So don't tell me he's drawing wrong when you've never even shot one of those fucking bows."
yeah. Well, yeah, but it's just like, I said to all the coaches, that's like a joke, but those who can't do teach. So I just tell them to like, you know, it's like, oh, I know, coach. It's like, okay, you're a coach. It's like you've you've paid like 200 quid to do the archery GB coach course online. I don't care. Like,
Yeah.
that means absolute. All that tells me is you had 200 quid burning a hole in your pocket, loser. What the hell are you talking
You
about?
want to be able to say, "Hello, my name's Cecil. I'm a coach and I'm on the committee."
Yeah, I'm a level 1 coach. It's like that's a flex to no one. Because if me, the self-taught guy who shot in his back garden for like, most of my life can
Yeah.
outshoot you, it's like congratulations. Argument argument ruined.
So
But again, it's like, yeah, if you're shooting your back garden, yeah, shoot at downward angle, shoot safe, don't shoot if I
yeah,
see people being like, I'm gonna shoot the concrete, like it's like, okay, maybe don't do that because that'll probably hurt you and your gear, and we don't,
yeah.
spend money on gear to destroy it.
I,
But
I,
it's just
I
like
sorry, carry on.
I started off self-taught. I started off self-taught, and I'm fine. I shoot a club now because I have the money to do it.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't have money to do like a 50 quid beginners course, especially if they want to try it out.
Oh
Archery
Lord,
is
yeah.
it's one of those sports where you can try it once and have a good time and be like, okay, I think I'm going to do this more. Or you're going to be like, nah, didn't like that. And a lot of people don't have 50 quid to, throw out a beginner's course for like,
That's a cheap beginner's course. 50 quid is. You look at a lot of places.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it's
100
like,
120 quid for the course.
ooh,
Yeah.
what?
I mean,
Is that where you
no, for some
are?
archery GB clubs, yeah, it's 120 quid a course. I mean, a
Okay,
packet,
that's
and
fucking
they
crazy. So
run.
I live in Surrey, and my club's like 50 quid for the beginner's course and like 50 quid for the membership. Like,
Yeah,
and even for me, I was a bit like, ooh, that's that's steep. Like,
yeah. I mean, the
a lot
club
of
I'm
people
a
don't
member of,
spend money.
well, one of the clubs I'm a member of, the annual memberships, shit, I keep twatting this thing, is 60 quid, but our rent's expensive because we've got a couple of acres of woodland. Right.
Yeah,
We're in an urban area. So we're incredibly lucky to have where we've got. I mean, we've got really good facilities there as well.
yeah,
Uh, the way we do it, before I went into field archery, I'd contacted all the local target clubs because I didn't know what field archery was. I only knew target archery, and I messaged them all and got back. Oh, sorry, we've just done our beginners course. You've got to wait till next year to do one.
yeah, dude, that's a killer. That's a
Yeah,
killer if someone wants to do it and it's like because it's just the outdoor season. They're like, yeah, we're done in like August, and
yeah,
you won't see us again until like June or something. It's like it's
yeah.
crazy.
They ran one a year, and then I was trawling through YouTube, came across bow hunting, and then, which obviously we can't do in this country, but then came across 3D archery and
See, I
Googled,
didn't find out about 3D archery till like really late in life.
yeah, 3D
I,
archery West Midlands, and the first thing that came up was one of Rob Jones' articles about an open shoot of Paget. Found and went down there, and we run beginner sessions every Saturday, 10 o'clock till midday. It's £5 a session with all the equipment provided. And
yeah,
I went down the first time. They gave me a recurve. I was talking to the coach. Said, "Well, I shoot compound. I've got my bow with me." He said, "Come on, then get it out. Let's have a look. See what you can do." But I was the same. Apart from when I very first learned how to shoot on holiday, I learned everything I know off you up till then
yeah, no,
off
same dude.
YouTube.
Same.
I mean, I went straight in with a £70 PSE Stinger X. I mean, we are the most hated
Crack.
kind of people
Yeah,
on the Archery GB page, of course. Self-taught, both with fairly heavyweight arrows, shooting out bows, shooting
yeah.
in the
Well, that's the thing. It's like, yeah, when I had like my game master at like my parents' house, I was shooting like, that's like 45 pounds or whatever. So it's
Yeah.
like, it's not definitely a killer. You can definitely like kill a deer or something. So it's shooting that in,
45 pound will go straight through
area.
somebody.
Well, yeah, yeah. It's
But
just like,
I've got a brick wall at the end of the garden.
yeah, I had a little wooden fence. So it's just
Yeah.
like,
But
it's
I was shooting a
not
little
really
3 foot
much.
boss, so I was shooting at a downward angle anyway.
Yeah, yeah, same, same. It's like I'm a pretty tall dude, so I'd always have like I'm taller because I never had like a target that was like my height, like I have at like a club. So
Yeah.
I'd always be like shooting down. and it's like, you know, a grassy garden. It's like my
Yeah.
arrow's not going to go like ding, like ricochet off and, you know,
Yeah.
skyrocket.
Same here. I was using a 90 centimeter boss. So I'm 6 foot tall and I'm shooting.
Yeah.
I'd got it in the center of the boss. So I'm shooting at 18 inches off the floor at the end of the lawn
Yeah.
with a brick wall behind.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just like if you're safe, you can do it from home. It's just not like the popular thing. And I do get the fact that it's like archery clubs are like purely funded through like beginners courses and like membership to them.
Yeah.
It's like we don't get any money from like Archery GB or the council or
Yeah.
government or fucking anything. So the only way clubs can make money to pay the rent on the field is getting more beginners, getting more people come to the beginners course and
Yeah.
spending like, you know, 50 quid, because if you know, have like, I don't know, like 15 beginners on a day and they're all paying like 50 quid, it's like, yeah, you've just done quite a few months of rent. And if you do
Yeah.
that every month in the summer period, it's like you cover the rent for the rest of the year pretty well. So it makes sense that people would steer people towards a club because it's safe, it's licensed.
Yeah.
If you kill a dude on the line, it's better than killing a neighbor, you know.
Well, we're
Um,
fortunate. We've got a crematorium across the road, so it's easy to get
yeah,
to the
but yeah,
evidence.
crematorium, that's fun. But it's just like it does help fuel the lifeblood of the sport,
Yeah.
and you will be exposed to better archers who will tell you things. I
Yeah.
was a very stubborn little boy, and I didn't like people telling me I was wrong, so I kept doing it my way. And I'm a big tall fucker. No one comes near me anyway to tell me I'm doing something wrong. They only do it through the screen online. They tell me I'm doing it wrong, where I can't get them, But
I,
it's just like I
yeah,
do understand when people say like go to
I'm
club.
really fortunate at Paget. It is such a friendly, welcoming club. And I
Yeah,
had somebody message me that I knew from Telford saying, do you know anywhere within 40 miles of Telford that does an introduction to archery?
yeah,
And because we carry our own insurance at the club, I said, yeah, we can do that. He said, well, there's 5 of us. So gave him a price. And he said, but my wife won't be, I said, we'll get you on the practice field. Then we'll just pick out a few targets in the woods so you can shoot some 3D, see what it's like.
yeah,
Came over and he said, well, the wife won't be coming into the woods because she's reliant on a mobility scooter. And it's a standard, like the one with the little wheels. All he'd done
yeah.
was put a bigger battery on. So they came, we took him round the woods and said to his wife, come on, you can at least do the first few because ours is a flat woodland and we've got bridges over the ditches. So it
Yeah, yeah, no,
allows for
that's
people to get round. And in the end, she managed a full course, came to pay us at the end. He said, Rich, can't give you what you said. We've got to give you more course. We've never met a friendlier, more inclusive bunch of folks. And that was, of course,
yeah,
we'd managed to get his wife all the way through the woods. A couple
yeah,
of
no,
points
that's
she had
awesome.
to get off the scooter, and we manhandled it over bits of mud and whatever. But
Yeah,
she did the full round on with a mobility scooter.
yeah, no, that's awesome. Like that is like really good, and archery is like a very inclusive sport. Like
Oh Lord, yeah.
there's a dude in the Barebow Facebook group, and he doesn't. I think he doesn't have the ability to use his like draw arm. So
Yeah.
he has like a clicker device or something like a release aid in his
Yeah.
mouth. He like bites it, puts it on the string, and like pulls back, and do shoot some pretty good
Oh,
scores.
mouth
And it's,
tab. John Dudley had to shoot with one of those for a while. And I don't know if you've ever come across on the internet Tim Farmer's Country Kitchen.
nah,
Oh, he's really good to some fantastic recipes. But when he was younger in the military, on his way back to base after leave, he crashed his motorcycle and he
yeah,
shoots with a mouth tab. Of course, he can't draw with his right hand,
yeah,
but can't draw with his right hand. So he shoots with a mouth tab. It's brilliant to watch.
yeah. Well, it's like one of the best. Like I think and he might be the best, but it's like the best Paralympic like compound shooter shoots with no arms. He shoots with
Matt
like
Stutzman, the armless archer.
yeah, yeah, and it's just like I don't think there's a sport that has that much inclusivity,
No, there's not.
in it. And it's just like you can, like, no matter what's like what you've been through, it's like you can get into the sport. Like there
Yeah.
will be, because a lot of people are like, oh, I've got like, I'm right-handed, but I've got like a left dominant eye or something, and it's like that's like, don't worry about that. Like
Yeah, we can work around that.
it's like, there's the arm massage. It's like there's people who've got less and doing like a lot more. So it is just like so badass that anyone can do it.
I watched an interview with Matt Stutzman, and he loves to play people up. So he said they'd shot the end, getting wheels himself down to the target, and he said it's someone
Yeah,
hadn't shot with on the target next to him, and they looked at him, and he said, "I just waggles my shoulders at him and said, 'Oh, good, you come to give me a hand then.'"
yeah,
This poor kid didn't know what to do.
yeah. How does he pull his arrows out? That's a bit of a weird one. How does arm massager pull his arrows out?
He gets somebody to do it for him. Or
Badass, yeah, dude's a king. Hell yeah, I'd do the same.
oh,
Nice.
is it? I think he holds a world record again for the longest shot, doesn't he?
Yeah, no, I'm again, I don't go, flicking through Guinness Book of World Records, but yeah, probably. I remember seeing that like in one of the Facebook
Yeah.
groups. Yeah,
It just shows if you want it, you'll do it.
yeah, yeah. No, there's really nothing like holding you back. It's just like would be cool if like trad community grew a little bit more. Seeing it a little bit online. People being like, "Oh, I don't want like a compound or a Olympic recurve. I want an old time bow," and it's like, yeah, no, like try it out. But then
I should
yeah,
shoot
it's just
my
like
Tradbo
different
ball,
parts of
but
the
it's a
community.
fact I can't hit the side of a barn door with it that puts me off. But if I
Well,
do break it out, I will shoot my compound better afterwards. Because with that, I'm holding
yeah,
£40 at full draw. My compound, I'm only holding £12.5 at full draw. So
well, that's
shooting
another
the
thing.
trad bow has benefits for me shooting my compound, and I really should break it out more.
I've,
But
I've heard other people say that. I think it's like Aaron Snyder because he like switches between trad and compound. I'm pretty sure he
yeah,
said that it was like, yeah, if you shooting recurve makes you a better. Even like Joe Rogan, I'm pretty sure he said shooting like a trad bow like makes you better at compound, which is like fair play. But yeah, more single
yeah.
string users that'd be pretty neat.
I mean,
I'm the only trad archer in my club.
I'm down to 3 arrows now for my trad bow, and because I shoot
Yeah,
it so rarely, I say it's £40. I took some 400 spine Eastern Power flights. Hang on, let me just grab one because this one I've got I never changed over. Hang on. So to break the spine down, I say they're just cheap 400 spine power flights, and to break the spine down, I went with 100 grain insert and 175 grain point.
oh, dude, if we're comparing our points, oh my god, I'm tearing my
Uh,
head apart. What some like big old like 300 grain, absolute like 50 count looking
wow.
tips.
Yeah, they're
I'll
just
grab one.
175 and 100 grain brass inserts. These I'm looking forward to seeing.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, look at that bad
Bloody
boy.
hell.
It's like compared to a normal 100 grain.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I shot them like a few times. I just wanted them because they look cool. Again, I just like things.
Oh, God, yeah.
I like things. They look.
I'm just trying to find the balance point on this bugger. That's the FOC on it. It's insane. But like I say, you get to about 45, 50 yards and they just drop out of the sky.
Yeah,
They just drop out.
mine are slight.
I'll
Drops
tell you
anywhere.
what, I can have a really, really bad release, and the amount of weight up front off there just pulls it straight.
Yeah, yeah,
Absolutely brilliant. But
yeah. Oh, you're
at some
people always
point,
give me a lot of crap because I have my Fletchers like quite far back
yeah,
on my arrow, and it's just I like having mine about an inch from the knot because it's like the further back it is, like the easier it is to
Yeah.
stabilize. So it's like whenever I see other people's arrows, I'm like, ooh, let me look at that. And I don't see many other people's trout arrows because I'm like the only trout I trout my
Oh,
club. So
that colour scheme I had, of
yeah.
course, of being a Grizzly Jim fanboy.
Yeah, no, just like it even got like the little white barred feather. Dude,
The, the,
he's a
the,
hero. Like he really like answered so many things for me, and he was just like so entertaining. It's like when I was like 13, and he did like that, like how to survive zombie apocalypse as an
oh,
archer. I was just like,
yes. That was a
oh,
fantastic video because he
that
got
was
Ben Jones in that
insane.
one as
I
well,
love
hadn't he?
that.
But
You know, it's just like, yeah, dude was just like an absolute chief for like the.
yeah,
I really, if he ever does like, what's it, one of his like courses, I'm just gonna like really want to go to one of those.
yeah.
Like if it's, I don't know if you go to travel far, like I'd love to just like go to that. But yeah.
The wraps on these I bought off eBay and it's really thick. I don't know if the camera will pick it up. No, it's not. It's a
Yeah,
white,
no, I can see
it's a white
in the
carbon.
fuzz, I can see where it's
It's a white
kind of
carbon
shoulder.
fiber print, and I thought that looked
Oh
so cool.
wow, okay.
White carbon fiber print. It's quite thick, and I found the best way to get this to conform. You know, like the Arrow Sox wraps just roll round no problem because they're a nice thin light vinyl. This is actually quite a
Yeah.
thick vinyl. So I pinched the daughter's hairdresser and warmed it as I wrapped it around the arrow because
Oh,
without
okay.
that, it kept unwrapping. But I've got a shit ton of this stuff left. I think I did.
Yeah,
I've
nice.
only got 400 spined arrows, and I bought
Yeah.
something like a foot long, a foot wide, and about 10 meters long, and I paid about £7 for it. Probably enough for about 1,000 arrows.
Yeah, no, I mean, I keep stock of like everything for like arrow making, so I can always like do repairs or
Yeah.
fix stuff up. It's like I always have, you can see on my shot, always have six
Yes.
in backup because I only take six to the field. So I have three long range
Yeah.
arrows and three short range, and then I have, three backups of each.
Yeah.
Uh, again, it's just like I like having
See,
things be
I go
nice.
through veins at a stupid rate. Of course, I've got a habit of shooting groups at close range, and
Yeah.
off the arrow shelf keeps telling me off for it. But Anthony said the same, and Arthur. He said there's nothing like the sound of the thwack on thwack of carbon. It just lets you know
Yeah, no,
you're
it does
being
sound cool.
consistent. I said,
It's like
if
I
Arthur
shot like
were to win Lancaster, how many arrows could he buy? Because he does more Robin
yeah,
Hoods than anybody I know.
yeah, he just destroys him. He's a knock hunter. Like, he
Oh
just
yeah.
takes him out.
I said if he does
It's like
Lancaster, he's got to get through to the finals just so we can see a barebow Robin Hood in the finals.
I mean, to see it in the finals would be pretty impressive. I know one of them did it in the. He may have done it in the practice range. I think it was Spanky Brooks. I think he did a few
The
Robin Hoods
names are
like
so
during the.
cool.
Hmm?
The names are so cool. It was the year before that.
Oh yeah,
He went through
like
to the finals, wasn't it?
yeah, yeah. They definitely are like characters kind of
Yeah,
things. They do have like personas I live up to, and you
yeah.
can definitely tell like a barebow archer in like America,
It
but over
like I
here
say,
I'm
it's
just
just like whenever they're on stage at Lancaster, it's just a party, isn't it?
yeah, no, it is. It does just look like I'd love to go just for like the experience of like just being there and
Yeah. I
would
mean,
just be fun. Like
when Demma missed the target and a member of the crowd just shouts Demma, and the
yeah,
commentator, oh,
barebow. Yeah.
was it Tim Sutsman? Who's it from the push? Sutsman said because he does
Oh,
that
Matt Zern,
repeatedly.
Matt Zernskat. I can't say the second name. It's
No,
Matt from the.
it, it wasn't Matt. It was the other one. And he explained
Oh,
when
okay.
because he's done it a few times. If somebody misses a
Yeah.
target now, it's called doing a demo.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but again, that's like a badass thing to just like, have little oopsie daisy like named after you. Like,
Oh God,
Yeah,
yeah.
if
That,
someone was
that
like,
is
"Oh, you've
so
done a
cool.
trad sniper," I'd love that, even if it was just like shooting a passerby. You've done a trad sniper.
Yeah.
I'll take it. Like that's badass. Like to really get some notoriety. Like
But they,
that'd
they
be
they
sweet.
always
Yeah,
seem so friendly as well. I mean, when he got beaten last year, Dema, he was
yeah.
positive about the guy that beat him. You know, that's lovely to see
Well,
because
again, it's just because it's such a close community. Everyone
yeah,
knows everyone. It's like you are just like shooting against like your buddies, you know.
I know I watched the barebow shooters and I think I want to try barebow.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, dude,
You know,
just
there's
give it
no
a
other
shot.
class that does that for me that makes me think I want to try that. That looks so
Yeah,
cool. It looks so much fun.
yeah. No, I mean, it is like, yeah. I think it is different, like compared to like over here. I mean, it's like, but I reckon if you do like barebow and like NFAS, it's like you'll get that kind of like American like party kind of feel at the
Yeah.
barebow arches at NFAS. Like, so if you do like AGB, like barebow, it's just like. You'll get told off for distracting people, you know. It's,
But
yeah,
that's right. I
don't do
like that
it.
kind of party feel. It relaxes you. And I find
Well, that's the thing. It's
if I shoot with people for the first time, I get really nervy, you know, particularly because I got a filthy sense of
yeah,
humour and a potty mouth.
yeah, yeah. You're definitely a field archer. Like, yeah.
Well, come on,
I'm
where
I'm
else
I'm
do
a
you go
field
out?
archer that just kind of like broke into like AGB, like flat range. Like, oh, where am I? Like, I'm lost. Like,
You know, field archery is one huge double entendre. Where else do you go into the woods to tug another man's shaft?
yeah, touch a shark. Oh, you know, kind of wax my string, and look after the shark.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, it's
you know you
too many. Like, really, like you
it's the
can.
ultimate ego boost when you penetrate so deeply that it takes
Oh
full
yeah.
hands to get your
Oh,
shaft
check out
out.
that penetration. It is good fun. It's like, especially like, I just like how it's like with like field archery. If someone does like a shit shot and they miss, everyone just laughs.
Yeah.
Whereas like on the flat range, it's
Or you
what
get
I
down
didn't
to
do.
you get down to the
Let them see
target and you
that.
find you're outside the kill line on the paper face and you have to do the walk of shame.
Yeah. Yeah, shit sucks. Shit sucks. I don't know. It's like, I mean, I went from shooting by myself where I was like, oh damn, like I'm a cold-blooded paper poacher, like when I'm shooting by myself.
Okay.
And then it's like,
Paper poacher.
I start shooting in front of people and I'm just like, oh, panic, panic,
Yeah.
and that really took a while to like get out of that. And it's still, if I shoot near someone new, I'm
Yeah.
like, you feel like you have to perform, and I get like performance anxiety.
Oh
That's like
yeah.
we had a dude turn up at I think it was like a couple of weeks ago, but he pulled out like he pulled out like a trad bow from his car and he was shooting with like his son, and I was like, I was just like scoping him out from like across the field, just seeing him shoot a frostbite, and I was like, yeah. I don't know if it's just because I'm like the only trad shooter, but I was a bit like dick measuring because I was like, okay, let's see what this guy's forms like. Let's see what he's shooting like. Is he accurate? And I saw him just like put every single arrow in the dirt at 30 meters, and I was like, he's fine. Like, he's fine. No contest here. But then it's like his bow like exploded, and I was like, ooh,
Oh
like
shit.
I could probably because I was saying like the missus, I was like, I should go over and like introduce myself and hello, just like see what's up with his bow. 'Cause it's like it was like a recurve, like Olympic recurve archer, like looking
Yeah.
at this like, what is this? Like, but to be fair, I think it's just like he had like the shortest brace height ever. It looked like 3-inch brace height.
Oh
Like,
God.
this thing didn't look right from like afar, so I don't know what's up with that. But yeah, no, it's just like, yeah, I wish I saw more trad shooters like on my field. That'd be pretty sweet.
Yeah. Like I say,
Sorry,
I'm so envious of trad shooters that it's something. Like I say, I've got my trad bow. If I hit the boss, I'm happy. bloody hell, I've got to rearrange this. I keep bouncing my headphones off the boom arm.
Was like, I remember when I was like younger, I saw in like I think it was like a archery catalog. I saw like a compound bow. I remember
Yeah.
saying to like my mum, I was like, "Can I have this for Christmas?" And she like took one look at it and she was like, "Starts with guns. Like you just stay with like your longbow." And I was just like, "Okay, I guess I've been like that like ever since." Because
Yeah.
it's like I don't know. I just like. I think with trad is and the kind of pride behind trad is like I don't need a sight. I know I'm accurate without a sight.
Yeah.
And I do kind of like that. How good would I be if I had a sight? There's kind of like that.
I
Like
think you'd be
alert.
freaking
My
deadly.
ego's too fragile to even attempt it because I might find out I suck. Like, oh god.
See,
You know.
I'm perfectly happy to set my ego aside and say I can't shoot trad. I'd love to be able to, and I suppose if I practiced enough, I'd kind of get somewhere. I'd be able to hit the target face on a boss. As it is, I'm just happy to land all my arrows in the boss. If I come out of the woods with the same
Yeah.
number of arrows I went in with, that's a win for me with a trad bow.
Well, it's like as a dude who shoots like sort of instinctively, like split vision instinct, like
Yeah,
out to 20 meters, I shoot instinctive, and then anything further than that, I use split vision
yeah,
because I need a little more control over my shot, especially at like 60 and 70. It's
yeah.
like otherwise we're in for like not a fun time. Shooting off the shelf with that, yeah, like big fucking groups. But if you want group this big at like 50 with Trembo, it's like, yeah, instinctive, you ain't gonna do that. It's
Yeah,
like instinctive, I'm accurate out to like 25, 30 meters maybe.
yeah,
Uh, but it's like the thing with instinctive, it's very much like if you don't use it, you lose it.
yeah,
So you got to be like when I was like a kid shooting instinctively at like 20 yards, it's like I could shoot after school, I could shoot on the weekends, like because I had a garden to do it. I live in a flat
yeah,
now, so I did not have the distance I'd want to practice because like the key to shooting instinctively accurate and well is changing up the distance
yeah,
uh, and then just like having regular practice because
yeah.
if you don't use it, you lose it. But as a dude who shoots sort of instinctive, 2 hours a week at that, I'm shot in like 2 weeks now, so I'm going to be very rusty. You kind of like shake the rust off and then it comes back and you're like, okay, like I remember, oh, it comes back and you feel on fire. But yeah, it's just like I think with trad, it's like if you're shooting, with a semi-hard aiming system, like if you're a gap shooter, you can put your bow down for like a few months, come back, and if you as long as you know your gaps, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
You take no time to like get back into it. But like for split vision, it's like I don't shoot that regularly, and I don't shoot for a long time when I shoot regularly.
Yeah.
I shoot for like an hour a week, and I'm like, okay, I'm done. And that's like 70, 80 hours, and that's laughable. A lot of people will go, that sucks. Like you should get the rookie numbers, get those numbers up. But it's like I just don't have the time
I was going to say there's a thing called life that
in my
gets in the
life.
way, isn't there?
Yeah, and it's just like I don't have enough time to practice. So it's like the way I shoot, because I'm decent. It's like I'm like, okay, that's badass because I don't practice as much as I should do. But it's when I do a proper practice, I just make sure that I'm doing like good practice. I'm not just like fucking slinging for the fun of it. Even
Yeah.
though I shoot far, I'm not just like gunning it half draw, like I'm tired. Like if I know I'm tired, I just put my bow down. I just
Yeah.
call it a day. But it's like always got to leave that range on high. Even if you've shot good scores,
Yeah.
just shoot a fucking balloon. Shoot a funny, shoot this guy. This guy is just like so fun to shoot. Like,
That's a keeping it fun, isn't it?
yeah, I mean, it's like with like field archery, you got to shoot fun 3D targets, and when there's like a new 3D target out, you're like, oh fuck, that was
Oh
cool
yeah.
to shoot. Like I see in like some like the dudes up north, they have like these like 7 foot fucking like orc from like Lord of the Rings, like giant like ogre thing, and I'm like, I would fucking love to shoot that and like just have it go.
Yeah.
Don't have that down here. I've got to shoot spots all the time. I've got to shoot colors, little colored rings, and colored rings are like poison for instinctive folk because we're talking about this on Instagram.
Ooh.
I having bright primary colors that close to each other at range, that screws with my eyes. I can't focus.
But
I find it really
I
hard
don't
to
know
see
how
the
true
color.
it is, but I had heard somebody say that the AGB coloured rings were designed to make it harder to shoot at, and the IFAA targets, the white with the black dot and the black with the white dot,
Yeah.
are meant to be much easier to aim at.
Yeah, no, I do 100%. I don't even care if like a scientist tells me I'm wrong. That is correct because it's like I was just given like a field archery target by another archer, and they're like,
Yeah,
try this out. Love the thing because it's if I'm shooting like a pin on a blackout, target boss, my groups
yeah,
will be like that because I'm focusing on one tiny little spot.
yeah,
But when I've got like a big yellow disc, I cannot focus on it.
yeah.
I really struggle. So when I do shoot like groups into goal, I'm a bit like, thank fuck I did that because it's so hard for me to concentrate, and I just can't do it. Like, and
Yeah,
that's what I like shooting at things that aren't targets. So like little playing cards, because a little white card at distance, yeah, I can focus on that. A little white skull, I can focus on that.
yeah,
But lots of colors close to each other, that just like that gives me like there's like cuttlefish or
yeah,
like when they do their like
yep.
fucking color thing. That's what's going on in my fucking eyes just now. Oh, especially on a sunny day, that yellow fucking
Oh
shines.
yeah. Like I say, I'm sure it was your playing card challenge that got me hooked on your channel on Instagram.
Oh,
And then I
hell
just got so
yeah.
fascinated what you were doing and the skill level you'd got. And this really does sound like I'm blowing smoke up your arse, doesn't it? But
Yeah, no,
I
it's
say the
okay.
other place that I mean, we have some real good fun on a Saturday afternoon with different targets at Paget. But the only other
Yeah.
place I know like that makes archery as fun is Alex down at Hybrid in Norfolk. And the stuff he
Okay.
does down there it's ridiculously good fun. I mean,
Yeah.
he's doing a standard Vegas shoot just for folks to have the experience of one, but he's got a rocking truck that they'll put a rocking horse on, and you
Oh,
can
that's
shoot
badass.
off for
Fucking like
that.
Mongol, like I'm shooting from the
Yeah,
horse. That's sweet. Yeah.
he does so much fun stuff there. His aim with hybrid. He wanted to break away from the formality and apparent some of the fuddy duddiness you get at
That's
traditional
the first time
clubs.
I've heard someone use that term in the archery community, apart from me. Yeah. Archery funds fucking suck. I tell you. Ain't nothing traditional about that carbon fiber bow, boy. It's like, shut up. Like, that bow's got no soul. It's like, okay, my bow's some fucking cold-blooded killer then. It's like, take
Yeah,
that.
got no soul. It's
Shut
just a
the
fucking
fuck up.
assassin.
Honestly, I'm so sick of it. It's like, it's traditional in my books,
Yeah,
all that matters is mindset. Right?
I mean, he's got a very small amount of land for his 3D course. So because Norfolk, it's flat and you can see across it. All he's got some long grass.
Yeah.
So every target you can shoot from 3 or 4 different pegs, and because it's flat and it's just long grass, you can see anybody
Yeah.
else on the course, so you know it's safe. And he's built a scaffold fucking tower.
That's badass. Yeah. It's like my
Yeah,
club had like a little like tree house, like with a little ladder up to it. That
yeah.
was sweet.
You know, he's got an 8 foot tall
Have you seen
scaffold tower that you can
have you
shoot for.
seen Greg
Sorry.
3D Archery on YouTube?
Oh,
Have you seen
Gregory
Greg
Richardson.
from 3D?
Yeah,
Yeah, he builds his own course and he's got like some sweet stuff as well. Like
oh yeah.
turning targets and all this like wacky stuff. Like, yeah, he's got some cool ideas.
Well, the other club I'm a member of, White Mark, down in Buckinghamshire, they do a Halloween shoot and they really go to town on their Halloween shoot. They've got smoke machines
Yeah.
and strobes in the woods. And they have got
Yeah,
one of the best
I need
collections
to
of
travel.
3D
I
targets
really-
anywhere. I mean, they've got like full size rising stag, full size ostrich, a huge
Yeah,
collection of 3Ds, and their 3D shoots are amazing. Of course, you can shoot targets there you won't shoot anywhere else.
yeah. But
Yeah, and
I think with 3D archery, I think he's making like his own 3Ds because like I've 3Ds are like ridiculously expensive. So it's
yeah,
like the first club I did shoot at would only have like two out on like the course.
yeah.
And then like the rest of the targets were just like paintings of like deer people had done in like the back garden, like and they're just stuck on a target bar. So it's like you shouldn't have pictures of like deers and eagles and like fucking little goblins, and
And
that's
keep the
badass.
3Ds for open shoots for best.
Yeah, but then it's like we got around and it was like second last target. It was like the first like proper 3D like deer, and we shot it
Yeah.
from like 15 meters, and I was just there like they were like, oh, one arrow, okay, we're done, move on. And I was like, no, I want to stay on this one. This one's cool. And that
It's
was
a
like my
real
first like,
3D. I want to empty my quiver repeatedly
yeah,
into it.
yeah, yeah. And I was just like, no, we can't go yet. Like, got to stay on this one. And they're like, no, got to move on, buddy. And I was just like, fuck, like, 3D tires, like, they're so expensive, but like,
Yeah.
it's
And
so fun to
it is
shoot.
nice
I
like,
love
to
that.
shoot like a full size stag, red stag at 60 odd
Yeah,
yards. It just
yeah, that'd be,
feels when you hit
yeah. And that
even
was
with the
traffic.
compounds, when you judge in distance, it's fucking hell, that was amazing. When you get the distance right. Of course, I am
Yeah.
shit at judging distance.
Well, I think the thing that like when I was like researching like field archery and like
Yeah.
3D, everyone online was like unsighted and like traditional, like the furthest your target's going to be is like 30 meters. And I was like, oh, I shoot out to 30 meters. Like, that'll be fine. That's quite close for me. And then it's like going around with the boys, they're like, let's go from fucking 60 and just like rain arrows down. And I was just like, oh, it's like, okay, guys, like, sure thing. Like, I don't want to be the nerd being like, rules say 30 meters, like, I was just like, fuck yeah, okay, boys, let's go. Like, just
That's
having
it.
fun with
If
it.
you're on your own in the woods and it's safe,
Yeah.
some distance.
Well, yeah, it's just like distance definitely, makes up. It's like, again, it's like trad community really just specialize in like, hunting distances. So
Yeah.
a lot of people I speak to are like, why would you want to shoot your bow at like 60 meters? And I'm like, because it's fun. Like, it really
Yes.
is fun. It's just like an achievement. It's like the first time I ever put an arrow like on the boss at 100, I went like fucking nuts because I was just there like, oh, like they all called me a madman, and I did it. Like, it's just like you really just got to keep it fun. And I love shooting balloons like for
Yeah.
that. And it's just like nothing's more satisfying than just hearing like at the end of the range. It's like
Yeah.
you hear the twang, a couple seconds go by, and then it's like that's so you know that's better than sex. Like, that's better than sex in my books.
I think the farthest I've ever shot was 95 yards, be 28, 2017, 2018 at Liberty. No,
Yeah,
2017, they got enormous out at 95 yards. And
that's
even off the
awesome.
compound, the hang time on an arrow
Yeah,
at 95 yards is think, shit, I've missed. Then all of a sudden there's a thunk. And it's
yeah. No,
such a
it is
blessed
just like
relief at that distance
so
when you hit
fair.
the target.
Yeah, no, that's it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to hit a shot like that. Like that, like really extreme. Like, I'd probably need to build like a new set for that kind of distance. I've got like ideas for a really short like sniper arrow for like 100 meters with a shred bow, but I
Oh,
just haven't had the time to like test it, and the weather sucks over here, so I haven't really had time to just like go out of the field and do like biology and science and like,
yeah.
this because
Well,
it's like just going on like forums and that, it's like you really don't know until you try it yourself with your own gear,
oh Lord, yeah. Well,
you know.
have you seen some of the TAC videos, Total Archery Challenge from the States?
Yeah, I mean, I used to watch those like when I was like 16 because it's like all throughout like my teenage years and my childhood, I was just like watching like YouTube anything. So it's
Yeah.
like I'm not that well versed in like Compound, like anything historical or traditional, Barebow. That stuff I'm like super autismo with. I just really like sink my time into it. But I remember watching like what was it? Hush. I think it's Hush
That's it.
Archery.
Yeah, the Hushing channel.
Yeah, I remember watching those guys, and I kept rewatching this part of the video because in one of them, they're like, "Oh, and fucking Jerry Dipshit brought his trad bow, and he's like
Yeah, I think
shooting
it was
like
Matt
before he
Davis
was
from
brand
Hoyt,
new at the time,
and he was
and he's like shooting at
he shot
like
the elk at 100 yards with his trad bow.
yeah, and it's just like what the fuck, and I'm just rewatching that bit like on repeat, just like trying to like learn and pick stuff up. But at
Yeah.
that point, I was like, it's not like my mum's garden, so I couldn't like you know, shoot at 100 meters, like
Well,
something.
when Dan Staton from the Elk Shape channel, he does some elk shaped camps, and they have Joel Turner there with his controlled
Yeah,
process shooting, and he'd been coaching them, and then they said, "Go on then, get your trad bow out and shoot the elk at 100 yards." So he fetches his trad bow out of his
yeah,
truck and shooting cold, nailed the elk at 100 yards with a
yeah.
trad bow, and I'm thinking
That's that's
that man
Joel
is
Turner.
that man is God.
Yeah,
He
I
is
mean,
the Messiah.
there's so many people like that, just like way better than me. It's like, have you seen I love this dude. This guy's like my fucking best friend on Instagram. He's Archer from Sweden, Archer from Sweden, Christian.
I've seen his stuff pop up every now and again.
His form is fucking butter with a 40-pound longbow. Honestly, I just see it every time. I'm just sitting like, I wish I was that fucking good. Honestly, it fills me with fucking rage how good his form is, and I'm just there like fucking bang, like throwing my arm everywhere. But it's just like I'm just incredibly lucky. All my shots are just fucking luck. Like,
Yeah, I say that a lot of the time. I mean, when you were doing that mini playing card challenge, I was thinking, I mean, I'd love to be able to shoot me freaking compound like that. But
well,
you're
it's just
putting
like
some blinding shots in.
oh, dude, just like fucking do it. Just post it online. I love seeing people give it a shot. Like even people outside of like people who don't know. I'm like the fucking shred sniper like, on Instagram. It's like there are people at my club who, again, no one at my club knows who the fuck I am, and I like it that way. I like my privacy. But yeah, it's like there's two other archers who saw me shoot a playing card, and now they shoot like full size like playing cards as
Yeah,
like a fun thing to end the day on because they'll shoot spots and then they'll like because they're shooting like Olympic, they'll just pin like a load of like cards
yeah.
and they'll be like, I want you to hit that one, and they'll like try to hit that one, and it's really cool to see other people trying that out. And there's like there's so many other people on Instagram who shoot like playing cards, but I really stole that from Riverbend Longbows,
Ooh,
River something Longbows.
I've
But he just shoots that playing card.
seen Freedom and Feathers do a lot of. She does a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Her trick
No,
shots are amazing. I'm just like
yeah.
you're on the floor at her trick shots.
I'm a big fan of her as well because like her form isn't perfect, but she's hitting all these like nutty shots because she
Yeah,
does what I do. She peeks after the shot, like she drops her bow on because she's like trying to look over the riser to see where her shot's gone. And a lot of people would say that form sucks, like that is not right. But she's hitting like
I
washers, like
I
threading
prefer
an arrow
that.
through a washer at like
Yeah.
18. It's like dude commenting bad form. It's like you can't do that. Like
Yeah.
you know,
If it's a target I'm not used to or a target that really excites me, this is why I'm having to
yeah,
work on the really slow squeeze. So I don't know exactly when that shot's going to go. If I'm a fucker for punching the shot, dropping my arm, and trying to see where the arrow's going, and
yeah.
invariably shooting low.
Well, that's the thing. It's like I had like a buddy at the club. He was just there like try not dropping your arm, because I was
Yeah.
like grouping low target, and he was like, try not dropping the arm. And it's like the first one I did just hit the 10 ring, and I was like, fuck you, dude. Like, I was like, okay, maybe I was wrong. You know, it's like it's good to keep practice, you know, learn things, but it's just like
Mm.
I don't know. I've built so many bad habits into my form that it's gonna be like a fucking. I need like Bo Jesus like break them out of me and just like reset me. But it's like, I'm just a dude having fun.
Yeah,
Like,
I want to improve my archery, but at the same time, I just want to have fun.
yeah, it's
I
just
mean,
like
end fast for
I think,
fun, E for improvement.
yeah, it's just like I wanna hang out with some cool people, shoot some cool stuff, and just like have fun. It's like
Yeah,
I don't know with like some archers, it's like they'll be like world champions in like their division, and you will never have heard their name before. But
yeah.
if you be like, oh, like Freedom and Feathers, it's like you know who that is, you know,
Oh
and it's
Lord,
like
yeah.
they're a trick shooter on Instagram. It's like, you know, you get like being like a good shooter doesn't, you know, give you like a lot of like notoriety in a weird way, I think.
Being
Because
entertained.
it's like there's so
Yeah,
many people I hear around who just say like who, and then they'll say like they'll be like, oh, but this guy on Instagram. I'm like, ah, I know him. I know that
yeah.
YouTuber. I know that, you know, TikToker or whatever, fucking
So fatty
whatever.
lamb hands, hot dog
Yeah,
costumes, shooting hot
yeah,
dog
yeah.
costumes.
Exactly. Like, you know, she's a great shot, you know, and she's
Yeah.
just like on Instagram for like fucking ever, you know. But she's built like a brand, kind of like
Oh
image
Lord,
around it.
yeah.
It's like French fry addict and you know, hot dog costume at was it? Yeah, like lots of different places. It's just like it's just crazy, you know.
Yeah.
But I know her better than you know. I couldn't tell you who won World Archery in like fucking 2019. I don't have a fucking clue. Like,
I like people that entertain me and make archery fun.
oh yeah, it's just like yeah, it's just I think a lot of people take it too
Yeah.
seriously and they just forget the fun part. And it's
And
like
your playing
I don't
cards and
know.
things like that and wild feathers, they make archery fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like,
I
I
think
mean, a lot of
too.
people are like, oh, you can't reinvent the wheel. It's like, yeah, but it's like, I'm just doing my own thing with it.
Yeah.
It's
And
like I could have very easily entered five, you know, 500 like shield cut feathers into my basket and just like bought a fucking ton of them. So all my arrows are like shield cut, but that's fucking lame, you know?
yeah,
It's like, I'd rather spend 5 hours making templates, doing drawings, figuring out how to make like a pretty crazy fletching that looks cool to me. Like, you know, I don't really care what other people think about
but
my stuff. I'm just sharing it in case someone else likes it and wants to
it's
try
that
it.
kind of thing and making it cool and fun that is going to bring the younger generations into the sport and give the sport a future.
Oh yeah, it's like Hunger Games was like the biggest thing for like women in archery because it got
Yeah,
so many little girls like to do it. Like,
yeah,
and it's you know I don't think we've had anything like that since Hunger Games. That's been like you know archery cool. Come do archery
yeah.
because then it's like yeah, if you go on like Facebook and it's like new Robin Hood film is coming out, you know, and here's a trailer for it. You know, you'll see people be like, "Oh wow, like I've always wanted to like try archery,"
Yeah.
and then you have like a lot of people go, "Oh, this isn't real archery. This is fake cinema, like magic." Like it's
It's
just like,
plastering that negativity all over the biggest archery pages. So all that's going to do is put people off. It makes it
yeah,
like
yeah,
this
that stuff
really
is
snobbish,
gatekeeping. 'Cause it's
boring,
like,
elitist sport.
yeah, because it's
It's
like
not.
I've seen it firsthand. I've been like told to leave clubs because my shooting isn't, you know, expert what they were doing. It's not because I
Yeah,
was doing anything dangerous or crazy. It's just because I shot different. And when they said shoot this way, I said no. And they, you know, get shitty with me. It's just like,
it's our way all the
you
time.
know, it's not a good image. And I think with archery, because it is, you know, an archer isn't your bow, an archer's the dude doing it. I
Yeah,
think it does become more personal. So I think if you know a lot, and then someone say, you'll give like some like textbook advice, like don't shoot in your back garden, and someone's like, I will. It's like you're challenging their ego and their like know-how, and they just
Yeah.
take it personally. So I think it is like quite a personal, kind of thing, especially with like Irish community, because it's not
Yeah,
about
so
your
you
equipment.
get somebody new, and all the established community does is attack them. It's going to put them off for life.
Yeah. But that's the thing. It's like if you're going
Gives a
like,
bad image of the
if,
sport.
dude, if you're brave, go onto a r/archery on Reddit and just have a little scroll. I post in there because I want to share some cool stuff, and I get absolutely roasted. You know, I get torn apart in there. They do not like me in that community.
It's like
But it's
throwing
like,
vegans bacon, isn't it?
yeah, yeah. It's just like they just do not like me on that place. They do not, not a fan of it. I get a lot of, why are you doing this? It's just like, I could have not shared it here, but
Yeah,
I'm just trying to reach out, spread it as much as I can. But it's like if you go on r/archery Reddit, like, and you just have a scroll,
yeah,
you will see so many beginners who've got like a Christmas like archery set and they're shooting in their garden and they're like, oh, I don't know what to do because they're starting out how I and you started out.
yeah.
You'll just see half the people writing a fucking novel being like, if you hold your head at 45 degrees and add like 3 pounds of pressure onto your like index and thumb finger, that is how you hold the bow. Think of it like they're writing a fucking novel, and it's reading that kind of stuff. You don't really know what they're talking about if you're not in the sport.
Yeah.
You have no point of reference to what people are saying. And then the other half is of the comments are people just being like, you're dumb, you're stupid, you do this wrong, you're both a piece of shit. Like, it is
Yeah.
it's quite toxic on there, honestly, and that's like coming from a dude. It's still, I love Instagram. Instagram, lovely. I love my Instagram homies. Everyone's lovely. Everyone's friendly. You know,
Yeah.
might just be because I can see their faces and I can see how they shoot. I can see what's going on with them. Ready, you don't. Like,
So I'd
think
love Archery Hooligan and Archery Let Down. They are fantastic.
yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. It's like Archie Led. I mean, he does some pretty like spicy posts, but it's just like,
Yeah, but they're
again,
all
funny
true.
memes.
You know you're somebody in archery when when Archery Hooligan and Archery Let Down start flying
Yeah.
you.
Oh yeah, I mean, I like Archie Led now because he always like pokes fun at fucking Bearbo and Tread shoot. It's like a fucking, oh, they spend all their time picking up arrow out of grass. Oh, fuck, it ain't wrong, he's ain't wrong, Like, it's just like funny, and you can laugh about that. But if
Yeah.
you go into Archie Let Down's fucking comment section and you're like, I'm a stone cold killer, I don't mess with my bear bow, you're a
Oh,
nerd. You're
yeah.
just gonna get taken apart. You gotta be able to like poke some fun and just be
Yeah.
like, you just gotta like not have like that big of an ego. You should just be able to
Mm.
be like,
You've got to
thank
realise
you for
you're
that
just
advice.
taking the piss.
You know,
That's
yeah,
all.
yeah. And if someone's just like memeing on you, it's just like join in. Like it's funny. It's like,
Yeah.
it's not like a fucking War of the Roses, a fucking 100-Year War. I'm not gonna hunt you down with a fucking long call me a nerd like on the internet. It's like I can't do that. Like
I'm going to hunt you down from my mum's basement.
this this guy's in a bad form. I'm gonna find out where he lives. Like you can't be like that. I still find people like that. Like I still like I've had like quite a few people be like, I know what range this is, and I'm gonna come find you. And I'm just like, what? Like,
Get
oh
a
my
grip, man.
God, it's
Grow
like you're crazy. Like, that is crazy. But it's just like, yeah. I mean, you get weirdos in like everything,
Oh,
but it's
Lord,
just
yeah.
like, but it's like being a dude who walks the line between archery community and like gun community is like I find the gun community way more welcoming to like beginners in archery. And
Yeah.
that's really weird to say. Because it's like when I did like all my firearm stuff, it's like they just made sure I wasn't like a crazy person. And then they just like allowed me to do like my training. And they were just
Yeah.
like, and that's something I could really do. Like, you can really do damage with a firearm, whereas like 15-pound bow with field tip probably won't spray my brain all over other people.
Yeah.
It's like, I just find that quite crazy how firearm community is like a lot nicer and welcoming than archery. But I think
Yeah.
because archery's just got a bit of an ego behind it because it's purely the archer, not the kit you're shooting. So, you know, with a gun community, you can be like, oh, you're shooting a, Ruger? Like, you are stupid. That sucks. You have no money. You are a poor, you know. And
Yeah.
then it's like, you say that someone in the bow community, they're gonna get like really fucking shitty with you. You say that, equipment sucks. Like,
Yeah. Oh God, there's a couple shoots with us at Paget, and they did a course at a Target Club, and you were assessed on the car you drove as to whether you were likely to be suitable to be a member.
oh well, I wonder what they would have thought with me turning up on the bus. So, like, like, what the fuck? Like, I literally like, last year before I was like, I got old and prissy. Like, I was very much like, oh, I'm gonna, like, as long as the bus is running, I'm gonna walk in the rain, in the snow, in the way, like, just to get out and shoot some arrows. But now I'm just like, like, I don't need to. Like, it's okay.
To be
Like,
fair,
just
that
stay
shows
inside.
serious commitment, though, doesn't it? Walking in the rain and the snow just to go shoot some arrows.
Oh yeah, like, it's just like, I just find it like, it was just a bit like detrimental to my shooting because, bowstring in wet do not do
Yeah.
well. And it's been like centuries. So it's just like my arrows just got, just like out of wet bowstring. My feathers are all getting
Yeah.
like getting all bent out of shape and all wet, and my arrows, sinking 15 meters, too short. So it's just like, what's the point? I'm not gaining anything. All I'm
Yeah.
doing is just working my shoulder out. But it's like, you know,
I think this is,
I'm purely just shoot for fun now. So I'm just having fun, just enjoying myself. I do like to see how accurate can I be,
yeah.
but I'm never like, I'm gonna be like the best trad archer like to ever grace this planet, because it's like, number one, I'm not that disciplined. Number two, I don't really care that much. And number three, it's like, if it feels like work, it's not gonna be fun.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there are people that are like really get their rocks off to like the fucking science, like the maths, and it's like, I do see that a lot in the bareback crowd. It's like, how many like ounces is like that weight compared to like this one, and like, really sciencey conversations. I was just like,
I kind of get down that route at times. That kind of
yeah,
stuff
but with a
fascinates
compound,
me.
it's
But at the
like,
end of the day, I want to shoot me bow.
yeah, I mean, it's like, yeah, with like more technical kind of like setups, it's like, yeah, you can get technical with it because it
Yeah.
allows you to. But with, you know, bare bow and like, definitely trad bow and all that kind of stuff, it's like, there's not really that much going on with it that you can, hypothesize on, would this be better if it was like 15 grams lighter in this play? It's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? People ask me like degrees on arrow twist. I don't know. I don't care.
Yeah.
6 inch, stick it in a fucking jig and find out. Like, give it a shot. Like,
That's it.
I'm not
Will
some like
sexier arrow be
Frankenstein
better? The
scientist.
answer
Like,
is yes.
yeah, yeah, yeah. What degree is this, and what kind of angle, and what kind of aerodynamics are you getting out? Yes, like, I don't give a fuck. It's like, I'm literally just like, does it look cool? Yes, let's fucking row. We're going. Let's rock.
Oh God, yeah.
It's just like, honestly, so many people just like get so upset about others having fun. So it's just like,
Oh yeah.
you know,
That's the biggest thing about archery. I mean, there's been two constants in hobbies in my life: music and shooting sports.
yeah,
And they've both just held a fascination for me for the way that can change your mood, that can really uplift you. I mean, yeah, archery
yeah.
can be so fucking frustrating when you're not shooting well.
Oh,
And I've
yeah,
learned
yeah.
now, if I'm having a bad day, just put it down and walk away.
Well, that's the thing with shooting sports. If you take a break, you actually come back better, and
Yeah,
that's something I learned more from like firearms, because it's like, I hadn't shot a full bore rifle in like 5 years when I did
yeah,
my when I did my course, and I was just shooting fucking, proper killer groups,
Yeah.
like from standing, not bench press, standing with a bolt action from 100 meters. And
Shooting
I
off
was just
the
like,
hand.
yeah, yeah,
Wow.
yeah. No, honestly, dude, it's like, yeah, I was more magnetized. Like, I love bolt actions. I find them so satisfying.
Yeah.
I do like a little Ruger 1022 and just like, just cocking that back and just going bang, 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 bang,
Yeah.
bang, bang. Just seeing how quick you can fire it like that is quite fun. But it's like, yeah, for precision shooting, yeah, just do bolt action, and I'd either do bench rest, uh, or just standing.
Yeah.
Because I used to shoot air rifle like standing up, so I was like,
Yeah.
it's comfy. I know how to do that. So, but it's like I hadn't shot in like 5 years. I was like doing insane groups. I was like, what the fuck? And all the shooters around me were like, yeah, if we're having like bad time shooting, we just have like a break for like a week or two, and then we come
Yeah.
back and we're better. Like, and like, since archery is a bit more physical, it's like as long as you're able to control your bow,
Yeah.
I have noticed that. You can come back better, especially if you're like getting too into your head. So I quit bear bow because it felt like work, and I really hated that.
Yeah. So, I mean, firearms wise, my ultimate favorite is underlever rifles. I think
I
they
saw on your Instagram you had like a Marlin
pure.
1893 or something.
It was one of our members that passed away during COVID. He was a massive firearms fan. He'd got a huge collection, and that was
Yeah.
actually an extinct caliber.
Oh,
So
hell yeah.
that one didn't need to go on his ticket. Of course, it was extinct. But
Yeah.
yeah, I think they're the second. I think it goes back to watching cowboy films when I was a kid.
Yeah, no, dude, I love westerns too. So it's like on my like course day, it's like I was, bolt action man by heart, but then I was
Yeah.
like that level of action. It's just like
No,
lever
the
action,
lever
which is
actions was just something
cool.
so special. And isn't it the Marlin 4570?
Yeah, that's one I shot. Yeah, I think fucking.
After they
I'm a
used it
big dude, and
in
that fucking
after they used it
rocked me.
in Jurassic Park, they've said it's now
Yeah,
the only rifle officially certified to
yeah,
take
the
out a
T-Rex.
T-Rex.
Yeah, it's on their website. It looks sick though. But it's like one of the club members. He did have a stainless steel Marlin like that, and it cost him like a
Oh,
fucking much goddamn money. And that, to be fair, that did put me off like firearm stuff because it's like the amount of money that's got to go into like buying a safe, like
yeah.
cementing it to the floor,
Oh, yeah.
ammunition prices. It's like, if I shoot like a 22 rifle, it's like, it's like £9 for like 50 cartridges, and it's
Yeah.
like, that's about an hour of shooting
Yeah.
with a bolt action for me. So I was just like piss away like a tenner like every fucking weekend, and I was like, this is getting kind of pricey, like,
Well, that was one of the
so
reasons I went into archery because I was looking at clay pigeon. And I thought,
yeah,
well, you've got all that hassle, got to get your shotgun license. Ammunition's not
yeah.
particularly cheap, and you can't practice
Well,
in the back
yeah, it's
garden.
just
I mean, living in the middle of a housing estate, you lob a clay up, and the first thing that happens is the police helicopters overhead.
well, I mean, I think that is just like such a common misconception in England because it's like everyone like memes that it's like England is like the land of license, and it's like you're not allowed guns in England. And it's like, well, actually, they're really fucking common over here,
Yeah,
and it's like, it is just like a very strict like certification to like
and
get into.
so the type of weapon you can own, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, it's just like, but that's kind of like my allure to like archery because it's like that isn't
Yeah.
regulated in like a weird way because it's like I know they were like coming after like crossbows after, or is it that dude in Wales was like killed
Oh,
by one?
doing his TV aerial, and you had a couple of psychos shot folks
Yeah,
down,
but that's when
didn't you?
like anything. It's like in Norway, what was it? A couple of years ago, there was a guy in Norway who just like with like a Samick Sage just went round like a shopping center, just like pinging off arrows,
Yeah,
and it's just like people like that give like archery like a bad name, and it's just like
but you know what? You can put
psycho's
it
gonna
all.
do nothing. anything.
You can
Like,
put in all the laws you want. Criminals, by their very nature, don't bother with that.
well,
All you
yeah, they don't
is
care about the law.
affecting the
They are
law-abiding
disobeying
majority.
it. Like, yeah, it's just like, yeah, it's just like pretty nuts. I don't know how we got to here in the conversation. What a
This is
criminal
why
scary these days.
I tend not to script things now unless there's something very specific I've got to say. Listeners have always said they just
If I was reading off
prefer
the
it
script, I
going
would
off
sound
at
like a
tangents.
robot.
Yeah, I mean,
You know?
if you ever listen to Joe Rogan, the number of
Yeah.
tangents they go off at, and they're so interesting just because they haven't got the script. They just sit down and have a conversation.
Yeah, no, they just like chat, and it's just like, it's organic and it's fun to listen to. Hello,
Yeah,
listeners. I'm your best friend. I love you very much. You're in the conversation too.
me, I'm just a
Hell yeah.
sarcastic potty mouth twat.
Well, do we're English, like, swell service anyway. So,
Oh dear. I tell you what, I think we better see about wrapping up. We've been going 3.5 hours.
yeah, dude, I don't know if you're gonna do like a fucking Chrad's Nova special, just like fucking long one, or if you're gonna have to split this up.
I have more and more, but no, it'll go out as one. I have more and more people say we prefer long form. The longer.
Oh,
Si was
really?
one when I used to do, when they used to be like 45 minutes. He said, Rich, you've really got to start doing longer podcasts. They're over too soon.
I mean, dude, I get it. It's like I work 10 hours, no, do I work 10 hours a day? I work many hours a day
Yeah.
as a carpenter, and it's like I just wear my headphones while I'm at work, and just like plug in a podcast, and it's like, yeah, that episode you did with like your buddies from like Paget, like that
Yeah.
Woodforge guy, Ollie,
Yeah.
like that dude's cool. Like he's a pretty cool
Oh,
guy.
I tell you what, if ever the shit hits the fan, he's the man you want by your
But
side.
yeah, he's gonna be like a very trebuchet, like out of like a pallet or something.
Oh,
Like,
he actually built a windlass powered, wooden prodded artillery crossbow
yeah, no, that's just like,
on a
and even as
tripod.
like, I'm a woodworker by trade, and it's
Yeah.
like that's fucking nuts. Like that's fucking nuts.
But he
Like,
whittled arrows, just took pieces of wood and whittled
oh
arrows.
yeah,
He
I've
whittled
done
it
that. I've
down
done
to
that
a
with
point.
bits of ash. Like, yeah, I
He
mean
even
that's
whittled
not
the
like
knocking, whittled it down to a point and fire hardened the point. And because there's no weight at the front,
yeah,
it got
just
halfway down up
miles.
and
Why
went
not?
back end down. Then he whittled a
Yeah,
shaft and blunt in one. This thing must have weighed nearly a pound in weight. I mean,
yeah,
out of his low poundage bow, he'd got a maximum range of about 30 yards on it. But when
yeah.
it
That's
hit
still
the
pretty
boss,
good.
it knocked the boss over.
Yeah, I whittled a bow out of a piece of ash I had at work, and I took it out to the field. And this thing looked like a tiny, like little Apache bow. Like this thing was like not even 3 feet. Like this thing was like fucking tiny. And I made like a whittle, like a little arrow, and I managed to like arc it into like the like target 20 meters. And I was just like,
Wow.
what the like what am I doing? Like, what am I doing today? Like
And
whittling a little bow.
he made himself a repeating crossbow, which was really fun to
Yeah.
shoot. He's
Yeah,
put
dude's
light
like, I'm like,
he's
that's
put
a sign.
lighted knocks on that now.
He's got lighted knocks on it.
Yeah, on these.
Yeah, that's badass. Do that at night. It's gonna look like fucking
Oh,
lightsaber
I've got a
death
video. Oh
ray.
no, I think I took the
Flying.
video off the phone. Next time he's back from university, we're going to bring it down the club, and as it's going dark, shoot a load of
Yeah,
lighted knocks out of it. But
that'd be
the
sweet.
stuff he
That'd be
does is
pretty cool.
incredible. He used to bring the
Yeah,
forge down to the club, got a little mini forge, and
yeah.
he'd make arrowheads, make knives, make. He's at
What a
Hereford University now doing a degree in art, is it artisanal blacksmithing.
okay.
But it's incredible the stuff he does.
Yeah, you
Really,
could probably
really
make a
good.
real nice like fucking fireplace poker.
Oh
Like a
God,
little
yeah,
twist in there. Like,
yeah.
hell
No, he's so cool, and he is the man if ever the shit.
yeah.
He
I
can
mean,
start a
how do I
fire by
remember?
rubbing two Boy Scouts together.
Yeah, no, I mean, dude's got skills,
Yeah.
like,
When we
and the
when we
thing about him, he's having fun with it, you know. So
yeah,
you know, it's got my
when we have
respect.
barbecues at the club, if he's back from university, he makes his own charcoal.
Well, you know, he's got wood,
That's
you know, he can do it. Like,
yeah, that's a skill. That's like I say, he makes his
yeah,
own charcoal, and we use his charcoal for the barbecues.
yeah. Oh, that's badass. I like how everyone at like your end of the woods, like, you know, really come together, and it's like it is like a little archery family, you
It
know.
is. Paget is incredible. We describe
Yeah,
it as it's more of a social club with an archery problem.
yeah. No, I mean, honestly, if I'm ever like in that neck of the woods again, I'll
Oh,
like,
you've got to come visit. You've got to come visit.
yeah, you can
And
see like,
if ever you're down Norfolk way, you've got to go and see Alex at Hybrid. They're
okay,
such a varied group. They're incredible.
yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, we'll do some shooting together in the future. I fucking
Oh God, yeah.
have some more. Uh,
At some point, I've got to get. Well, in the not too distant future, I've got to get down to Norfolk in July. I'll be in Suffolk
yeah,
for Liberty. That again, it's not a Liberty shoot; it's a Liberty experience. We go on the Thursday, stay till the Monday. Uh, the stuff I get up to on the Saturday night is ridiculous.
yeah, no, badass.
But it's
So I
because
can't wait to
I don't
enjoy
mind
tonight.
having a drink there
Oh,
or
shit.
at Hybrid because I trust the people I'm around, and I've got a big thing of not liking to have a drink,
Yeah,
and I don't know the people I'm around because I like to be in it's a control thing. You
yeah,
don't want to do something stupid around people you don't trust.
yeah.
And
No, I get.
to Paget,
I got pretty scared the first time I went round with field archers because they all had like big like fucking Bowie knives like strapped to their legs, and I was like, what the fuck is going on here? Like
all right,
everyone's
till
got
one of them turns
big,
around
like,
and says, "You sure
Crocodile
got a
Dundee. I
dirty
was like,
mouth, boy."
yeah, it's just like I found that was probably the biggest like culture shock, just being around like dudes who just thought it was like cool to just like carry like a big fuck off knife. I was just there
Yeah,
like I'll use my woodworker's chisel like to get things out of wood, like
yeah, but that's
not like
sensible.
samurai sword into a tree.
And that's not a
Like
knife.
what the
This
fuck?
is a knife.
Yeah, it's just like it's like my brother in Christ. It's like you got to carry that with you. That's like a fucking like 5 kg of metal hanging around your waist. Like, what are you doing? It's like, oh, I'll probably be one of them too now. Like,
Yeah.
fuck it, I'll get like a big like sword.
I've
Can't
just had a thought. You're a carpenter by trade, aren't you?
yeah.
And the miracles you work with that bloody tradbo, that makes you archery Jesus, doesn't it?
Oh, God, I wouldn't say that. I don't use like wooden bows, so people like crucify me over that. Get that guy with his modern monster. Get him.
That's it. They'll be turning up with pitchforks and flaming torches.
Honestly, being like a woodworker and not shooting like a wooden bow is like it's kind of like controversial because it's like, but it's like as a guy who knows wood and like the capabilities of wood, it's
Yeah.
like number one, I touch it all fucking day at work. I don't want to touch it in my fun time. Number two,
I'm
your
sorry.
wood
You
grain.
don't want to touch wood at fun time.
Oh fuck, no, not like that, not like that. Cut that shit. No. Oh, yeah, no, but it's just like I know what wood grain does in
Yeah.
like different temperatures, humidities, you know, and it's just like we live in England, the wettest, worst place in the fucking world.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, let me take my wooden arrow that's gonna get soaked and fucking, you know, do like that. It's gonna like bend in half. Like, why would I do that? It's like that. Plus, it's like with wood grain, it's like, yeah, it might be a very pretty surface, but you have no idea what it looks like
Going on in the
underneath.
middle.
You know, it's just like at least with like a factory made modern bow, it's like if anything
Yeah.
goes wrong with that, it's like either some dude was having like a shit day in the factory making it, or you know, it's just like shit material or something like
Yeah.
Chinese. But it's like with wood, it's like I would absolutely fucking hate to break like my longbow and just be like, well, I got firewood now. I'd fucking hate it. It's just I just yeah, take it from me, a guy who knows wood really well. There's a reason I use carbon fiber and modern material. Wood ain't that cool.
As I've always
I
said,
maybe
carbon
enough. I don't like
arrows.
local wood pose. I
Yeah,
don't like.
carbon arrows are a science. They're easier to understand than wooden arrows. Wooden arrows,
Yeah,
to me,
dude, it's
they're a
like
dark art.
Simon having to do like weighing all his wooden shafts and like do spine testing on them, weight
Yeah.
tests. It's like that's too much fucking work for something that's gonna snap if it hits rock.
Well,
Uh,
he was my first guest on this podcast, and I had him on
Yeah, that was a great one. That's
talk-
the episode that got me listened to.
talking about the arrows, and he said when I'm building a set of wooden arrows, he said I'll say to Ray, I'm just going to start building me arrows, and she said, all right, and I'll see you in 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's too much fucking work. It's like I thought when I made my longbow arrows, it's like I did all the little woodworky bits like the knocks,
Yeah,
getting them all like perfect. And then oh, since it's right here, they just do this like
yeah.
fucking if they go in at a weird angle, congratulations, you've just snapped like 2 hours of fucking whittling. So
I know I've got a set of footed wooden shafts here. I got for Si for him to try tapering them to get extreme FOC on a wooden arrow.
okay. Yeah,
They're
that
still
thing's gonna
back in
snap in
front of me
mid-air.
here.
Like, I don't need to be a scientist to tell you that. Like, that's gonna fucking blow up. Like, uh,
Because he tapers his wooden shafts anyway.
oh yeah, you can do like fun barreling to them
He
to
was going
just
to
make them
taper
fucking
these
epic.
footed shafts, just see how high he could take the FOC on them.
That's pretty cool though. But yeah, no, I mean just using like any old like hardwood, just like to foot it. I mean they are
Yeah,
pretty well doing footing, but it's just like structurally questionable, doing two
yeah,
like little V cuts that meet and wood. I mean wood glue is gonna be pretty strong anyway, like that
yeah.
shit. The wood will rot away, but the wood glue will remain. Like, in 100 years, like that's just how it be with a natural fibrous material like
Yeah,
that. But it's like, dude, I do not like working with wood arrows. They fucking stink, in my opinion. I fucking hate them.
I like my carbon too much.
Carbon Fletch done. Like I just like that. I just like
Yeah.
how they show. Like I had my gold tips the same like 12 for like 3 years now, and I've
Wow,
put them
that's
through the fucking
impressive.
ring, and they're fine. Like all these ones are fine, but it's just like some of my other ones. It's like just paint, like the
Yeah.
wrap, like the wood effects, like scraped off, and it's just like that is fine in my books. But it's just like I've
And
never
to
had to
me,
like explain.
apart from those, oh God, what is it? Lost Archery Adventure shoots. He shoots arrows that are 1,100 quid a piece, and they've got a lifetime
Blue
warranty.
sticks.
A guy on YouTube, Lusk Archery Adventures, he does a lot of broadhead testing, but he shoots
Okay.
these mega expensive, I think they're called Mammoth FOC King arrows, and
Jesus Christ. Okay.
they come with a lifetime warranty. So if you break one, they replace it free. I said, that's all very well, but what if you miss and lose one? You're 1,100
Well,
quid out of
dude,
pocket.
that's the thing. I mean, I posted a picture of like my setup like on Reddit
Yeah.
recently, and someone commented on like my arrow choice, and he said, "This is like driving like a Ferrari on like Costco tires," and I was just like, "Oh man, my
Fucking
heart."
hell.
And it's like, bro, it's like, again, it's like arrows are a consumable, like
Yeah.
they will break. So I don't want to spend like a fucking ton of money on them because I thought it was bad enough, like spending money on Bearpaw Hunter Extremes, which are like 9 quid a shaft. I thought that was
Jeez.
bad, because gold tip traditions are like 6 quid a piece, like they're,
Yeah.
peanut money. But
And
it's
they're
like,
tough as old boots.
well, that's the thing. It's like if I lose one, I just go, damn, that's 6 quid down, and I'm gonna have to
Yeah.
spend an hour like making a new one. Oh fuck. But if it's like I lost one of my Bear 400 extremes and I wanted to fucking kill myself. Like no, I'm not leaving the building. I'll find it because it's carbon arrow. I can't use a fucking metal detector because otherwise I'm looking for like fucking like a little bit of head like in the field. It's like, I'm so fucked. Like, I'm like, that's like a fucking
Ain't that a
prize.
Friday night in Portsmouth?
I was just like, oh, I'm fucked. I'm so fucked. You know, I was just like, that really upset me. So the cheaper my arrows are, the happier I am.
This is why I shoot the Skylines. The only downside of the Skylines is you can't buy them singly. You have to buy a dozen. But
Yeah.
it's 40 quid for a dozen shafts. And they come with
Well, yeah,
inserts and
again, that's not
knobs.
like a massive hit, but it's like
No.
if I look at like, you know, sort of like gold tips, like higher end arrows, and it's like 120 quid for like 12. I'm like, nah, I don't want to
Yeah.
spend like a big chunk of money in one place like that. I'd
I
rather just buy
remember
like buy the shaft.
the most expensive I bought were Victory VAP TKOs.
Yeah.
And I think they're about 145 quid a dozen. And they snapped like matchsticks. You
Yeah.
only had to hit,
I,
you only had to hit a tough spot on
I
the
like
3D
meant
and it
honorable
fucking snapped.
seppuku at the end of that arrow. Ugh, I
Well,
fucking hate that.
if you hit somebody's left an insert in a target and you hit that, at
Yeah.
40 quid a dozen shafts, I'm not particularly fussed.
Well, that's the thing. It's like I just love my gold tip traditional. It's like
Yeah,
they're a multi-tool. It's like, yeah, they're a bit heavy, but it's like I'll just shorten the arrow and just, make small fletching so I
yeah.
get some more distance out of it. But it's just like I've yanked like inserts out, hit fucking, big rocks with them,
Oh, yeah.
chiseled them out of trees and like planks of wood, bosses. It's like,
Yeah,
it's just like, and they're fine. I've never broken one, and I've had them for like 3 years, and I'm not like exactly kind to them.
yeah.
And it's like they're cheap, and if you get like blemished ones that like they don't look perfect, it's like you can get them for like 4 quid. It's
Oh,
like
wow. That's good.
just
I,
like
I, I shot my best ever with gold tip ultralight Entradas. And for a lightweight
yeah,
arrow that's not supposed to be particularly tough, they're the toughest arrows I've shot.
yeah. No, I mean I do just like the durability like side of things because it's like if I didn't break my elbow and
Have your
uh
little
I
T-Rex
didn't
arm.
I fucking yeah, my little T-Rex arm. If I didn't have a funny arm, I'd probably still be shooting my Game Master 2. But it's
Yeah,
like because I couldn't get like a replacement part for any part of it, kind of thing. It's like if I break it, I'm so fucked because they don't do like those limbs anymore.
yeah.
If I did try and like, or I could like be a fucking scientist and try and like ILF convert it, but I'm not a metal worker. I'm a woodworker, and I'd
Yeah.
probably like destroy it. And it's a nice bow. And I always have people like whenever I like post a picture of it on Instagram, I get so many people being like, "How much?" And I'm just like, "No price. Like this is
More than you
mine."
can afford.
Yeah, it's just like it was like a £700 bow, like when it was like released, kind of thing. Like when I got it, like, and it's like they stopped making these like fucking years ago.
Yeah,
And it's like people just want it because they want to do like cosplay for like
yeah.
Hawkeye from like one of the Marvel films, but it's just like, nah, this was like a gift, so keep
That's
hold
like
of
my
that. I'm keeping
Stinger. I learned so much with that Stinger X, and it brought me so far that I said I'll never sell it.
Oh yeah, it's just like I mean I could never sell any of my bows. That's why I have like an insane collection of like limbs because it's like technically I don't need my 30 pound like Uka limbs anymore,
Yeah,
but it's like I want to keep hold of them anyway. And it's like, if my girlfriend ever wants to like go up in poundage, she can like have them and like just use
yeah.
them and have some fun. But I like my stuff. I'm like a fucking Lord of the Rings dragon. I just sit on a fucking pile of bows and arrows and I say, fuck off, get away from them, they're mine. I refuse to part with a single one. I'd rather die than lose a single
None
one.
shall
Fuck
pass.
yeah, like, get out of here. Like, this is
I have
my shit. This is
I have just had the most random thought come into my head. You want to make
their shit.
your T-Rex arm? Was it Scary Movie or Scary Movie 2 with a mashed potato?
Oh yeah, take my strong arm. Give me my strong arm.
Shit, I'll be on as a guest, and all I do is sit here and insult you.
Dude, I get that. I mean, it's part of me, so it's like, hell yeah. Like,
Yeah. Oh dear. I am starting to get fucking shattered. I think, bloody hell, just under 4 hours. What an entertaining conversation. It,
yeah, I mean, I hope it's like fucking usable, but it's like if you ever want to like have me back, I'm not done talking. I'm done.
oh God, yeah. It's been a
The point
really
you're
fun
out.
enjoy. You're as fun as you come across as a genuinely fun guy
Oh, you're
on
sweet.
on Instagram, and talking to you in person. You really do live up to that.
Oh yeah, if anyone gets like, oh my God, this guy swears a lot, like, dude, I work in blue collar, like, this is how I am. But it's just like, yeah,
Oh,
because I can like type, I don't swear that much. Like,
get me after a drink,
messages,
and every other word's an expletive.
fuck, what the fuck is going on? Fuck this. I'm just like,
I
dude,
go
you're
into
right. Cider, they did this to me. Like,
Aussie
some,
mode after a few
yeah,
drinks.
yeah, fucking hell, mate.
G'day,
Jesus
you
Christ.
handsome cunt.
Yeah. But no, it's just like, this is like crazy for me because it's like, this is a person podcast for me kind of thing. And it was just like,
I'd wanted to have you on for a while because, like I say, you just made it look so much fun, and I honestly think that's what we need. We need to show just how fun and friendly archery can be.
oh yeah, it's like,
You got to share the
to
love.
find the right people. Go to, Instant Archery and find people like me and, Simon and you. Just find fun people,
Yeah,
just like
yeah,
simple as it's just like you'll find people and then you find more people through those people. It's like, honestly, like the people I hang out with, like on Instagram, it's like, I'm speaking to people who, in like, the Nordic states, like fucking Sweden and like America,
God, they're
all
both a
over.
religion in Scandinavia, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's quite a few like Scandinavian like archers who like really big into trad.
Yeah,
And it's just such a nice community on there, and it's just like everyone's just so friendly. Like, and if someone's gonna give you some like form advice, it's not out of jealousy. It's because they want to see you do your best, which is
yeah.
like, you know, the best way of doing it. Because otherwise, it's like if someone's like an asshole and tells me I suck and that he is way superior and that I should do it his way, I'm just going to tell him to suck on these bad boys because it's
Yeah.
like,
Suck on
but
my
if like,
chocolate salty balls.
yeah, but it's like if my buddy is like, oh, maybe if you did this, instead of
Yeah,
that, it's like I'm just like, thank you so much, brother. You have saved my shot cycle. It's like you've, given me something to actually think about or
yeah.
try. And because I can see you like doing it yourself, it's like, okay, yeah, I know you're coming like I don't want to take advice from someone who don't shoot,
Yeah.
guy who never had problem with bow who don't shoot it. Unreal, but it's like,
See the
newsflash, guy who doesn't shoot bow doesn't have a problem with the tuning of it. It's like, yeah, go fucking figure. Like, same with like form. I don't want to take form from someone who don't shoot. Like,
yeah.
or someone who shoots shit. Like, I don't listen to that guy.
Someone
It's
who the
like,
only bow he's shot is on Skyrim.
yeah, yeah. Dude, post incoming, I've been playing VR, virtual reality archery, and trust me, when I drop this fucking post, you're gonna be like, that looks insane. That looks fun. If you like the song Freebird as well, like you're gonna fucking love
Mm,
this. I'll probably be dropping that like tomorrow or something. But yeah, keep your eyes peeled for that. Video games can
excellent.
be cool.
Well,
But
the best coach for me is Cy Thomas. I shoot
yeah,
so much better when he's watching me because
yeah.
just
But again, he's
he
like a
knows
genuinely
my
nice guy.
form. Yeah,
And
he
about
is. He's
others,
a
so he's gonna
genuinely
give you
nice guy, and
advice.
he's
He's gonna
given me
tell rip you
so
down
much
the
help.
balls.
And he shoots
Yeah.
so many different styles as well that he really is very well versed.
But that's the thing. It's like I couldn't tell you anything about compound apart from you're looking through that people, right? Like
Yeah.
that's all I fucking know. Like, you know, but it's just like if someone's shooting trad, it's like again, I get so many people like asking me questions like, "How do I do this like better?" And I'm just like, "Okay, like step one, what kind of bow are you shooting?
Yeah.
Because like, are you gap shooting? Are you doing this? You know?" I've
Yeah.
had loads of people just like send me videos and just be like critique, and I don't mind it. I kind of love it. Like even if it's like even if people like hound me and just be like you're just fucking DMing me like fucking tons of shit, it's like I'll happily just read through it because
Yeah.
that's how like you're coming to me for advice. I'm not a fucking coach. I'm just a dude on the internet. Like
Well, that's
if
it.
you want to know
I am a
my opinion,
distinctly average archer. I
yeah,
I've always said I'm no expert. I know very little about very little. All I know is I love getting out of the woods with my friends, shooting my bow. It makes me
yeah.
feel good. It's that old
Well,
thing,
that's
isn't it? Even the worst day at archery is better than the best day at work.
yeah, yeah. No, I mean, dude, I say it all the time. Bad day shooting, better than good day at work.
Yeah,
100%.
yeah,
At least I got out with my bow. Like that is,
yeah,
that's fucking cool in my books. I'm happy
yeah.
with that.
And the people I shoot with are so positive and so supportive, and
Oh yeah,
everybody
it's
wants
just
to
like
see everybody improve.
yeah, yeah. Fucking newsflash, pal. Like, be nice to people. People want to hang out with you more.
Yeah,
Do the sort of thing in like the fucking like community. It's like the nicer we are to each other, the more it's gonna grow, and the more it
yeah.
grows means, you know, more clubs, more ranges, more competitions,
Sport's got a
fucking
future.
more equipment. More people
Yeah,
getting into archery means like, people who can do science better than me.
yeah.
How unreal would it be if you could get someone who could like make these for you? You could just buy them on the internet. That'd be
Oh,
fucking
that's
cool.
so cool. Well, one of my friends, Carl, he's always been an avid longbow shooter and he's got arthritis in his hand, so he's had to switch to compound. And he said
Yeah,
to me, he said, I want to whoop your ass. And I said, good, because he was so
yeah,
good as a longbow shooter. When he gets on
yeah.
top of the compound, he should kick me into the dust.
He's gonna
And I
just
really want to see him do that
beat
because
you
I
in
know he's
there.
got such incredible potential. Like I say, because he was so good with a longbow, so accurate with a longbow. When he
Yeah,
gets on top of his compound, he should be nailing everybody.
yeah. No, I
And
mean it's
that's what I
like
want to see. I want to see him get to be as good as I know he can be.
yeah. Well, it's like my girlfriend shoots trad with me, and she's always like, "Oh, like just you wait till I like get to your level," and it's like you're like, "Yeah, you're gonna get there, and you're gonna fucking like beat me up." But it's
Yeah.
like yeah, but single dudes go to archery beginner courses. You can pick up women. That's what I did.
See, now my other half has absolutely no interest in
I
archery.
do like every fucking girlfriend I've had. It's like archery. That is lame. I only like Legolas because he's hot, and it's just like okay, well I'm not that. So it's like fucking big ass Yeti dude shooting a fucking tread bow. Okay, like at fucking little coloured rings. I'm not exactly like like, stabbing orcs in face. Like
Yeah, but it's a life skill for the zombie apocalypse, isn't it?
oh yeah, no, I've got a shirt that says like zombie apocalypse trained, like bow user. And everyone's like, oh, this guy, yeah, I shoot a skull once, and everyone's like, this guy is coming on my team. And it's like, no, no, I'm living in my flat. I'm gonna live in my flat, just shoot anything that comes through my windows.
Oh dear. Right, where can we find you on social media?
uh, Tread underscore sniper or just tread sniper. It's on everything. It's like I've got like a YouTube where I just upload
I
shorts,
didn't know
just
you
like
got a
B-roll
YouTube.
footage from my Instagram. But I'm mostly active on Instagram and I am around on Reddit. So if you're a little cave dweller like me and like Reddit, find me there. But most of the time, just find me through Instagram. And yeah, that's where I live.
There you
Love
go,
it.
folks. You know where to go and look for him. Thank you so much for coming on the podcast. It's been an absolute blast tonight. I could,
Yeah, no, it's been
I'd happily
fun.
talk for another 2 hours, but I'm absolutely shattered. I've been
Yeah, I
blinking
got
so
bedtime
fast.
soon.
I've been blinking so fast, folks are going to get fucking seizures.
My poor girlfriend And I was like, I'm gonna be in the living room for like 2 hours max. Oh, fuck. Well, no, you can always like, if people find me fun, you can definitely have me on again because this has been absolute fun.
Mr. Mushroom, a fun guy to be with.
Yeah, I'm a fungus. Yeah. Like,
You know what?
yeah,
I reckon just for 1 month you should change your Instagram handle to Archery Jesus.
I'll do that next year, fucking Halloween. I just was like, Jesus.
You
Okay,
you have to grow the beard for it though.
get a fucking stick on one.
Shooting in a bed sheet.
Yeah, yeah. No. Yeah,
I'm, I'm,
that could be pretty
I'm
fun.
sure if you stick your hand on a target, you can get somebody to give you the Jesus accessories.
Watch me perform a miracle. Watch me not shoot my bow and hit a fucking bullseye. Yeah, I'll do some fucking wacky shit. He turned this one arrow into 1,200 bullseyes. What the
You need a wooden for that.
fuck? Yeah.
Bounce it off
Oh,
a tree and blow it into 1,200 pieces.
yeah. I'll just split this. I'll just have a load of cocktail sticks just hanging out of it. Yeah.
Right then.
I'll let
It
you
has
get it done,
been an
dude.
absolute pleasure. At some point, we're going to have to do another one.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, I'm a fucking dude in my 20s. I have nothing to do in my life. Like, I'm, I'm always on the internet, dude. I'll talk. I'll talk.
Right, folks. So just put Trad Sniper in Google. You'll find him. Give him a follow. You know where to find me. Just stick Archery Geek Outdoors in and plethora of platforms. I'm appearing all over. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah,
Oh,
my
God.
pleasure.
I'm going to have to apologise now for all the dungs the listeners are going to get from where I've been bouncing my headphones off the boom arm.
I'm gonna think I'm getting shot at work when I hear this. Talking my head's out like, what the hell? What the hell is that
They're going to
noise?
think you got PTSD.
Yeah, yeah, I'm not gonna do well at work
Post
now.
target shooting disorder.
Yeah. Oh my God, someone's hitting the back of my head.
Folks, thank you. See, I've done it again. Folks,
Yeah.
thank you for taking the time to listen or watch whichever one you've chosen to do. Remember, stay safe, shoot straight. Good night.